Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Good morning, YouTube. Welcome to J is for Justice. It is Monday, April the 8th. It's Eclipse Day for Lisa Rose. Lisa Rose is going to be watching the eclipse today. I guess on break we can go and look at the videos of the eclipse. So right now they're just playing some replay from Friday. There's nothing started yet. I actually have an errand I have to go run right now. So I am going to leave y'all with this. I'm just running up to my office here in my community. But I have to run up there right now, and I'm going to leave y'all with some replay of Ariel from Friday. Good morning, Wanda. Good morning. Nope, I don't think they're supposed to rest until tomorrow. I'm not sure. Bridget Blaine says, I really enjoyed your stream with Smiley and Trevor. Thank you so much, Bridget, for listening. I really enjoyed having them on panel, too. Couple of good peeps right there. So I have got to go run my errand. I'll be back shortly. I am making a pot of coffee as well, so they should be starting momentarily, honestly. It's 5 to 9.
Remember the most.
I'll see you guys in just a few. Thank you for being patient.
So we went back.
I'll be right back, guys.
And on your screen now, you can see the photo of Ariel there coming upon Miu immediately following the deadly stabbings. Miu's wife, remember, had sent him downriver from the group's tubing spot some 230 feet away to assist, clearly getting there a little too late to get himself involved, but sharing his recollections of what he witnessed in the river for that jury on Friday. Worth pointing out, it was interesting, the legal issue that developed late in the day that we heard about, where there was some concerns given his dialect of Cuban Spanish, the interpretation of the Spanish interpreter that the court was using on Friday. Nothing significant taken by the judge, no significant action. He acknowledged how difficult it is to translate in any foreign language, but was worth pointing out there that the defense at one point Friday had raised some concerns about the nuance of the dialect that several of the Spanish-speaking friends, how their testimony was being translated. Now, I want to take you over to another graphic we've created for our viewers to help you through what's expected to be about a 2-week trial. The main players in the case, these are your tubing groups we've gotten to know over the first week of this trial. Most everyone on this screen has already testified. I will point out Owen Peliquin in the Isaac Schumann group. You can see him, Isaac P there. Isaac Schumann, but then Owen P in the middle. We have not yet heard from Owen Peliquin on the witness stand. Our feeling here is that Owen will likely be called today or tomorrow as the state wraps up its case and attempts to inject some last emotion back into their presentation to this jury. Owen, you may remember, called Isaac's mom in a panic immediately after the stabbings. Meantime, as we continue to monitor our courtroom camera feed and we watch the clock as we approach 8 a.m. Central, I want to give our viewers another opportunity to watch the cell phone video of this escalating confrontation, again shot by Jawan Cockfield, one of Isaac Schumann's friends. The video here absolutely critical of the case, and what this jury sees in it will go a very long way in determining Miu's fate.
What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Oh God! He up! He up! What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? What? Get away from us! What? What are you doing? What's going on with y'all homie? He's on camera. Guys, tripping. He's on 4K. Yo, the new iPhone got that good quality. What did you say? Yeah, what the hell? Who is this? Yes. For the culture! For the culture! Who is that? For the culture! Who is that? Who the hell is this? Go! It doesn't matter. He said he was looking for little girl! He said he was looking for little girl! You're looking for little girl? Yeah! That's exactly what he said! Weirded us out! I even have that part on camera, did I? Some young ass kid! What the hell is this guy's problem, bro? We're trying to have fun. He's gonna claim you? He's gonna claim you! We don't want this motherfucker! Let it on camera! Let it on camera! He on camera! Oh God! Oh God, he on camera! Oh God, he on camera! He ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You ain't a woman! He ain't a woman! You killed him! dying box to it, what? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Are we serious? Is this real? Oh my God! Who is that? Oh my God! Oh my God! Is this real? Is this real? Oh my God! Oh my God! What the fuck? Is this real? Wait! That's not Bike! That's not Bike! That's not Bike! That's not Bike! That's not Isaac! Oh my God! Oh my God! This isn't real! This isn't real!
And as we come out of that video, again, the centerpiece of this entire case, what that jury sees in those 3 minutes and 20 seconds, what they believe happened before, and also what happened off camera, who threw the first punch, what happened there between Nicolae Miu and Madison Cohen and the groups, so critical. And this is your jury. We've shown you this graphic over the course of the trial. And with that, I do want to take you into Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. We're approaching 8:02 now. The judge has run a punctual trial schedule, and he has his jury coming into the courtroom now. The parties are all standing. It is the state's case in chief. They have so far called 34 witnesses, the defense calling 2 witnesses out of turn because of the need for the Spanish interpreter on Friday. We do not yet know who the state will call today, but still to come, key law enforcement investigators, as well as likely Isaac Schuman's friend.
Good morning, everyone.
With that,
welcome back, members of the jury. We are ready to resume the trial. I hope everyone had a restful and relaxing weekend. We are ready to continue with the evidence. The state is still presenting its evidence. I should note that the attorneys are present along with Mr. Miu. We have 14 jurors in the courtroom. Mr. Smestad, who is the next witness?
We call Owen Peliquin.
And Judge, could we approach really quickly?
Yes. Sir, please come forward. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair. All right, Mr. Smestad.
Oh, you state your name for the record, please.
Owen Peliquin,
How do you spell your last name?
P-E-L-O-Q-U-I-N.
Owen, how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right, and what do you do for a living? Are you going to school or?
Right now I'm a barback and I do snow removal and landscaping.
What town do you live in?
Afton.
Did you know a person named Isaac Schuman?
Yes, I did. He was my best friend.
How many years did you know Isaac?
A lot, probably 5 or 6 years.
Did you go to school together?
Yes, we did.
Were you with Isaac back on July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I was.
Were you with him on the Apple River?
Yes, I was.
And were you with him when he was killed that day?
Yes, I was.
Back on July 30th, 2022, how old were you then?
I was 17.
Had you finished high school yet?
No, we hadn't started senior year yet.
Was that the summer before your senior year?
Yes, it was.
Had you ever been on the Apple River before?
No, that was my first time.
All right. Did you ride to the river with Alex Vang?
Yeah, we all rode together in Al's van.
You rent tubes?
Yeah.
Got on the river? Mm-hmm. Said yes?
Yes, that's yes.
Were you drinking that day?
Obviously having a little bit of our technical difficulties early in the day in Hudson, Wisconsin. We'll continue to see if we can get that figured out. As you know, we had some technical issues Friday morning as well. I have the monitor in front of me. Just as soon as we see it, we will get you right back there. But why don't we call up the group of tubers to kind of give you a little bit of a perspective here on Owen Peliquin. I did suggest this morning that he was likely to be one of the last witnesses called by the state. He is their 35th witness by my count. It looks like now we do have that feed back up, but of course, again, Owen Peliquin, a good friend of Isaac Schumann, he is on the stand right now.
It was like ankle high, like nothing more than probably 10 inches.
Was he in a tube?
No.
Was he with anybody else?
No, he was not with anyone else.
Were you ever able to determine if he was with the group?
No, I never saw anyone else with him.
All right. Did you ask him what the heck he was doing standing in the river?
Yes, we did, yeah.
Did he say to you something about looking for a phone?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Do you remember talking to police about this the day that happened?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember telling the police that he said he was looking for a phone?
I don't, no.
All right. If it's in the transcript, is that something that you would have said?
If it's in the transcript, yeah.
As you sit here today, you don't remember that?
No, I don't remember saying that ever.
All right. Do you know, we'll strike that since you don't remember. At some point, did he approach your group?
Yes, he did.
And can you describe how he did that?
He just weirdly like sprinted at us, like just made us all super uncomfortable. It was.
Were you sitting in the tube when that happened?
Yeah, we were all sitting.
All right, we're going to play some video for you here, Owen.
That's fact. What is he on? Whoa! 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 Get away! Whoa!
When you testified just a minute ago that he had sprinted up on you, is that what you were referring to?
Yeah.
What you just watched on the video? Yeah. Was that your voice saying, yo, get away?
That was.
Did he get away?
Not once.
Did he grab onto your tubes?
Yes, he did.
Did he stop your tubes from floating down the river?
Yes, he did.
It is a leading question. Please refrain.
Once he grabbed onto your tubes, were you able to continue your journey?
No, we were not.
What did you do after he grabbed onto the tubes?
We all got out of our tubes and we're just like scared, wondering what was going on.
Did you move away from him?
To an extent, like we got up on a way like from our tubes, yeah.
Other than saying, yo, get away, did you say anything else to him at that
Yes.
point?
Yeah.
What did you say?
We were calling him a pedophile because he, at one point, did say something about little girls. Couldn't really make out fully what he said, but I heard him say something about little girls, and then we all just, that didn't sit right with any of us, and so we're screaming at him, pedophile, get out of here, like, you're a weirdo, like, what a normal person would do, I feel like.
Fair to say you were calling him some names.
Yes, it was.
Did any of your group at that point lay a hand on him after he?
Not once.
When you spoke to the police later, do you recall if you mentioned anything about his little girl's comment, whatever it was?
I believe I did.
All right. If there's transcripts that show you didn't mention that, would that be accurate?
Yeah. Did you say did?
If there was a transcript that shows that you never mentioned that, would that be accurate?
That I never did?
Right.
No, that would not be accurate. I said that.
Did you have some confusion as to why he was making contact with your group?
Yeah, very much so.
When he grabbed onto your tubes, did he say he was doing that to look for a phone?
No, he was not speaking really at all. He was just mumbling and just looking really scary.
All right. As you sit here today, you indicated that you were yelling at him and calling him names.
Mm-hmm.
Looking back on it, is that something you regret now?
Very much so.
You wish you'd done some things differently that day?
Yes, I do.
Did you and your friends continue to yell at him to get to go?
Yeah, throughout the whole time, I feel like.
At some point, did somebody else on the river come over to see what was going on?
Yeah, after we called people over for help, because
All
we
right.
couldn't get them away.
Did some folks come over?
Yes, they did.
Did you know those folks at all?
Not at all.
Were they adults or were they teenagers like you?
They were adults.
So the first, if you remember, who was the first person to show up in response to your yells?
It was a blonde girl.
All right, and eventually did some other folks come over too?
Yeah, her whole group.
All right. The folks that came over, were they male or female or both?
Both.
Once the blonde lady came over, did she also tell Mr. Miu to leave?
Yes, multiple times.
Did he leave?
Not once.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Judge.
Would you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was
Yeah.
you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless, like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an honest answer.
We're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me. We're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife. And I tried to pull some people back.
All right, we're going to watch that video right now. Is that the point where you saw the knife?
Yes, it is.
We're going to go through these, through that section of the video slowly. As it was playing, did you hear your own voice saying something about the knife?
What was that, sorry?
As that video was playing, did you hear your voice saying something?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife.
Once you said that, the video appears to show you taking a step forward. What were you doing?
I was trying to grab my buddy Nelson and pull him back, and then I didn't know the other girl. I just tried to grab any other person and pull her back too.
After you did that, did you move away?
I believe I did. I don't really remember much from
All right.
that point.
We're gonna go through some stills here, starting at 26:24. Starting at 26, I guess it's 26:25. Do you see yourself in that picture, Owen?
Yes, I do.
Oh, is that you in the pink and blue shorts there?
Yes, it is.
All right. If we can back up, please. Go forward one frame. Owen, can you describe what the expression on your face is at this point?
Just pure shock.
What was that face? Why were you making that face?
It's because I saw the knife.
All right, move forward. Stop. Is that the step you took forward to grab Ryan Nelson?
Yes, it is.
All right, keep going. All right. We stopped at 26:52 for the record. Now, when you saw the knife, which hand was he holding it in?
His right hand.
All right. Did you, as you were standing there, did you see him strike anybody?
I did not see him strike anyone, but I heard it and I watched her stumble backwards.
All right. Were you looking at the knife when that happened?
I don't know exactly what I was
Sorry.
looking at.
Sustainable.
Where were you looking at the time that you heard what you thought was a punch?
I really don't know exactly where I was looking.
But fair to say you were not looking at the blonde lady?
No, I was not.
I believe you testified, okay, strike that. After you heard something, did you see the blonde lady have a physical reaction to what you heard?
Yes, I saw her stumble backwards.
All right, did you see whether she ever went down in the water?
She didn't like fully fall down. She like stumbled back and kind of like caught herself.
All right. At that point, what did you do?
I don't really know.
All right. Did you see anybody strike Mr. Miu?
I didn't really see the strike, but I did see Mr. Miu fall.
Did he fall in the water?
Yes, he did.
Do you know whether or not he still had the knife in his hand at the time that he fell?
Do not.
Did you see anybody else with a knife?
No.
Did you have a knife?
No.
Did you see, once Mr. Miu was in the water, did you see anybody hit him in the water?
No, not in my memory, no.
Not in mine.
Memory? No.
Did you see Mr. Miu cut or stab anybody with the knife?
No, I was also quick. I didn't see any of it.
Did you yourself ever lay a hand on Mr. Miu?
No.
Overruled.
I didn't know.
At some point, did you see Mr. Miu get up out of the water?
Yeah, I saw him stand back up.
All right, we're going to show you a still from the video. It's 29:29. Is this the point where Mr. Miu had stood back up?
I don't know.
All right. Do you see yourself in this photo?
That might be my left arm.
If we zoom in on that, would that help you?
Yeah, I think that.
Do you see yourself in that photo?
Oh, yeah, I do. I guess I'm in the way back.
All right. What kind of expression are you making on your face?
I have my mouth wide open.
All right. At that point, do you remember how you got back to where you were in this picture?
No clue.
At some point, did you realize that Isaac had been stabbed?
Yes.
Did you see that happen?
I didn't see him get stabbed, but I saw him fall into the water. And my buddy Alex was calling my name to come and help.
Were you fairly close to, we'll strike that. Did you go over to where Isaac had fallen?
Yes, I did.
What did you do when you got over there?
We picked him up and brought him to the shore.
Were you able to see that he had a significant wound?
Yes, I was.
Where was his wound?
He was on his chest.
What did you do to assist Isaac?
I tried my hardest to stop the bleeding.
Did you bring Isaac over to the shore?
Yeah, with Alex's help.
At some point, did some folks stop to help?
Yeah.
After they stopped to help, well, let me ask you this. Did you have a phone on you at the time?
I think my phone was in his bag.
All right. And did you use the phone?
No. Or, well, oh, yeah, I did. Well, eventually I got my phone back and I ended up calling his mom.
All right. Did some police officers eventually show up on the river?
Yes, they did.
And was Isaac eventually taken off the river?
Yes, he was.
Did you follow him up?
I did, yes.
Did they eventually put him in an ambulance?
Yes, they did.
Take him to the hospital?
Yes.
And did you follow?
Yes, we did.
At some point, were you informed as to what Isaac's condition was at the hospital?
Yeah.
And what was it?
He was not alive and
Sustained. Don't answer the question. He'll ask another one.
Did you yourself take any pictures of recordings of this incident, Mr. Miu?
No, I did not.
You're aware that Jawan Cockfield did?
Yes, I am.
Have you watched that video?
I have once, yeah.
When you're at the hospital, did you give a statement to the officer?
Yes, I did.
To an officer? When you gave him that statement, were you trying to be accurate?
Yes, I was.
Do you believe that you were impaired at that point still?
I believe I was still in so much shock. I still didn't really comprehend everything.
All right. No other questions?
Mr. Trophy?
Mr. Pelican, you gave a 17-minute long recorded interview to law enforcement. Okay? Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Or after the river or at the hospital?
At the hospital, you gave an interview to investigator Andrew Dittman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. And investigator Dittman, I don't know if you remember this, there's a transcript of it, asked you about your contact with Mr. Miu. Do you remember that?
Not really off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember being asked this question and providing this answer? From investigator Dittman. Okay, so about an hour and a half, 2 hours into it, this guy, does he walk up to you guys, float up to you guys? Your answer. We were floating, and then we look at him, and he was just standing completely by himself with some goggles on. And then we were like, what are you doing? And he said, oh, I'm looking for a phone. Do you remember providing that answer to that question?
Not at all.
Is that true?
Very true.
That happened.
No,
That didn't happen.
I do not remember.
You don't remember what happened that day in the river?
Well, I remember.
So did he or did he not tell you that he was looking for a phone?
I don't recall him ever saying that. No.
Okay. Is your memory better today or is it better on the day of the incident?
I'd say it's better today.
It's better today, almost 2 years later.
Feel
Yes?
like, yeah, I've been able to think about it a lot.
Okay. Well, in between the time of the incident and today, do you ever reach back out to law enforcement to make any corrections that you might have had?
No, I'm pretty young. I wouldn't have known how to do that.
Okay.
Still wouldn't. It's not something I learned.
I didn't ask you a question, sir. You were asked by the state about whether or not you mentioned to the police that there's a statement that Mr. Miu told you that he was looking for little girls. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. It's not in your statement to police. I'm telling you that.
No.
Do you know that?
No, that's a
Sustained.
Do you know that it's not in your statement,
I do not.
your recorded statement to police anywhere
I'm
that you
not
say
aware
that
of
he
that.
was looking for little girls?
I don't recall, no.
But is it your testimony that you recall telling officers that?
I feel like I did, yes. I still do.
So
Feel like
then
I
it
did.
should be in this.
It should be, yes. I'm almost positive I did.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm almost positive I told them that.
Well, if you're almost positive that you told them that, would you have an explanation for why it's not in here?
No, sir.
Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
No, sir.
You don't mention to police, but we saw an interview. We saw a video of Juwan Cockfield calling Mr. Miu a raper. You remember that?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay. And do you remember at that point, Mr. Miu just kind of being a little bit away from you guys and hold on.
Sorry.
And Mr. Cockfield just yelling at him, calling him a raper? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember floating towards him.
Do you remember, my question was, do you remember Mr. Cockfield calling him a raper?
Yes.
At that point where Mr. Cockfield calls Mr. Miu a raper, has your group had a conversation with him?
I don't really remember.
You don't know?
I don't know.
So at that point, would there be a basis to start calling him names?
He was just like standing really weirdly in front of us and we were floating towards him. And I mean, we couldn't move our tubes. We were going to run into him eventually. So we just said something to him. I don't really remember what we said though.
I'm going to show you this video where he calls him a raper. And I want you to tell me if you look like you're going to run into him.
Okay.
Okay? Okay.
This is Exhibit 2 I'm playing.
Grown man trying to have sex with little girls. What the hell? What the fuck, child? He's a raper. Whoa.
You look like you're in danger of running into him at that point?
No, because he was walking at a diagonal away from us. He was in front of us though.
He was walking away from you, right? You just
For a
said-
second, yeah.
And at that point, so he's not impeding your path at that point, true?
True.
Okay. And Juwan Cockfield is holding a phone, is he not?
Yes, he is.
Okay. And do you know, you tell the police that you're calling Mr. Miu a pedophile because he's looking at you, right?
Because he was looking really weird, yeah. And we were kids.
You didn't say that you're calling him a pedophile because he said anything about kids, though, right?
I remember like I did, but I must not have.
You then see Mr. Miu come up to your tubes, right?
Yes, very, very quickly.
And at that point, I think you said that you were scared.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I was definitely scared.
Okay. You'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you guys, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you were asked a question. Was he confrontational with you guys? And you said no. So you'd agree he wasn't confrontational with you, right?
Can you elaborate what confrontational means?
It's telling you that officer asked you a question.
Okay.
And that question was he like confrontational with you guys? Your answer was no, right?
Yep, if it's there, yeah.
Okay, so he wasn't confrontational. He comes up to your tubes. You agree he walks by your tubes then, right?
To an extent, yes.
And he walks past your tubes downriver a little bit. True?
Just a little bit, yep.
Okay. You'd agree that you guys move in his direction, yes?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree that at some point Isaac Schumann is standing in front of him with his hands up like my hands are up.
Yes,
right?
probably trying to tell him to leave.
Well, I'm not asking you what you think he's doing. What I'm asking you is you see Isaac Schumann with his hands up in front of him, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So your group is confronting him, yes?
I wouldn't say confronting, I'd say trying to tell him to leave.
Okay, but you guys are scared.
Scared, yes.
And you guys are telling him to leave, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And then you see, and now you know he's alone, right?
Yeah, I never saw he was with anyone ever.
Right. And there's at least at that point, the six of you.
Yep.
You see him walk toward the blonde woman, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he walks out of your path, does he not?
Yeah, for a split second, yeah.
He's over there talking to the woman for more than a split second, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you can go by, can't you?
We could have, yes.
But now you're getting braver because of the number of people that are around.
Yes,
right?
because there was adults and we were trying to handle the situation.
Right. You guys start to try to handle the situation instead of just going by, which is what you could have done, right?
It was all so quick, and like I don't really feel like no one really leaving that situation says it was all so quick, and the commotion was just like everywhere. We were just young kids that were curious as to what was going on, and we wanted to see it finish what we were seeing.
You wanted to see it finish because it was on tape, right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Juwan Cockfield's videotaping this entire thing, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Right. You wanted to see how this tape played out. You wanted to see how this incident finished, right?
I wouldn't say we ever did it just for like a camera, like a video.
Well, do you remember him yelling for the culture? Remember that?
I do not.
You don't remember him yelling that?
I don't.
Okay. Do you remember somebody in your group yelling or saying to somebody, "You got 10 seconds"? Remember that?
You don't recall that?
Did you say that?
I did not.
Okay. So Mr. Miu moves over to the blonde. You agree there's a path to go through, but you want to see this through, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you want to see through?
Just the commotion. I don't know. We were just watching. None of us touched him. None of us did anything.
Right. You want to see you want to see how the commotion.
And we didn't want to leave. Also, the two girls that were talking to him alone. Like, I mean, there's just so much stuff. Like, you couldn't really say like we should just leave because I don't know who would just leave in that situation because it was all so quick.
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Objection, Your Honor. It's a question.
Well, it was a question. Overruled.
Right?
Could you repeat that?
People who were scared might want to leave, right?
Yes, but when we saw the adults, we felt more comfortable.
You guys began to call him a pedophile and a predator, right?
Yes.
You guys are taunting him, aren't you?
I wouldn't say taunting. I'd say just telling it how it was, and he made us feel that way, and he scared us, and
So you were paying him back?
I wouldn't say paying him back, no.
Well, would you agree you guys are around him?
No.
All pointing at him, chanting at him, right?
We weren't really all around him, no, but we were chanting and saying, pedophile, get him, like, he's weird, all that stuff.
I'm going to show you a photograph. I want you to tell me if you think what your group is doing would be considered taunting someone. Okay?
Okay.
Can you bring it up? Mr. Pelican, that's your group kind of behind Mr. Miu, right?
Yeah, on his right shoulder, yeah.
And you guys are doing what I'm doing with my hands, which is you're raising your arms pointing at him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We're just going to play through it. It was at 2373, I think.
We started 2386.
2386. That's you right there, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the pink and blue shorts.
You don't think you're taunting him?
I would say I was pointing at him.
You don't think you were taunting him, though?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Am I answering?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I felt like I was pointing at him.
You've said that. My question to you, though, is do you believe your actions there with the rest of your friends are taunting him?
It could be considered that, yeah.
And you're taunting him because you're feeling more confident and brave because of the other people, right? That's one reason.
Yes, sir.
He's alone. That's another reason, right?
Yes.
So, and at that point, you'd agree it's more than 10 against 1, right? There's more than 10 of you against Mr. Miu by himself, right?
Yeah, but, I mean, not everyone was, like, punching him or doing anything to him.
My question to you initially was the numbers.
Yeah,
It's more than
I'd say
10.
there's probably about 10, yeah.
Okay. Only one of us can talk at a time, okay?
Sorry.
No, it's all right. So those are the reasons that you are taunting him is your confidence, your bravery is up, and the number of people around are also up, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you hear the blonde when Mr. Miu walks over to the blonde, she's screaming at him?
Yeah.
You heard that?
Yeah, she was screaming, telling him to leave, get out of here.
And she's swearing at him, right?
Probably, yeah.
She's in his face, isn't she?
Not like in his face. I'd say probably like a foot apart, 2 feet apart.
A foot or two apart.
Yeah, just like telling him to leave.
She hadn't asked you anything about what had happened, right?
No.
Okay. So, in terms of what you are seeing and hearing, she just walks up to him and tells him to leave, right?
Yeah, because we were calling, like, help get this guy out of here. Like, get him out of here.
Call him a pedophile.
Yeah, exactly.
And you calling him a pedophile, right? Other people came around.
Exactly, yes.
Would you agree the more that you guys are calling him names, pedophile, predator, the higher the temperature is getting, meaning the more aggravated people are getting? You'd agree with that, right?
Not that I know. I don't know other people's feelings.
No, what I'm saying is what you observed.
I couldn't really tell you for sure or not.
Do you remember, or do you remember seeing Mr. Miu waving?
I did
this
not
with
see
his
that.
hand? You don't see that?
I did not see that, no.
You do see other people come over from the Blondes group, though, right?
Everyone kind of came at the same time. Like their group came over.
Okay, and there was, well, that may or may not be correct. There are at least 6, 7, 8 people that come over from their group, right?
Yeah, probably around that.
And at that point, you have to be feeling pretty confident in terms of the numbers, right?
Yes.
So at that point, you getting near him, you're not worried about that anymore, are you?
Not as much so, no.
Well, there's pictures you're within
exactly.
inches of him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've checked inches, that's not the evidence.
But yeah, not inches.
The witness gives the answers. What the attorneys say is not evidence.
I was never. I was probably within.
Hold on. Just rely, please, on what the witness says. Next question.
But you agree that initially starting out as scared, by the end, you're very close to him, pointing, and as you said, some people might consider taunting him, right?
By the end, I mean, I was in complete shock because I saw a bunch of people stabbed.
In terms of when you were taunting him?
In terms.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you see So, may I approach this?
Yes.
Mr. Poliquin, I'm going to show you what has been moved into evidence as exhibit number 104, okay? I'm not trying to trick you, so I want to make sure you and I are on the same page on this. There are initials here. Do you see those? Okay. So, for example, OP would stand for your name, right? And
Ron Nelson. That's Evan, his last name.
right, it's right. Okay, so it's supposed to be Landon Weir. This is Isaac.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And this is kind of G1 is kind of where your tubes were in general. Okay. Would you say, in looking at this diagram, right before what I'm showing you here, which is at 149 of the video, that's kind of the general setup of where people are
I feel like in that clip you just showed over there, I was standing next to Ryan Nelson, though.
Okay. But you'd agree in general, am I right, that this is kind of the general pattern of where people are?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay. And if I have it right, you would agree people are like where I am to you on Mr. Miu, not directly behind him, but off to his side.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
There's people in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And there's people kind of off to his other side. Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. And if I told you that the evidence has been, or this document, there's 13 people and Mr. Miu by himself. Would you agree with that? Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of us were just like standing there though and watching.
Well, you're not telling Mr. Miu what you're going to do, right?
What do you mean?
Well, you say people are standing there. You agree people don't know what other people are going to do, right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
So you're not telling him that you're not going to do anything. You're all just
Standing there.
taunting him.
Yeah.
Okay.
To an extent. Weren't taunting him the whole time.
And you'd agree, though, you've already said this, in terms of what's going on, because of the number of people, your bravery, you're becoming more emboldened on what you're doing, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Right?
You can answer the question.
Oh, could you repeat it?
You're becoming more emboldened, meaning your behavior, you're becoming more and more willing to do things because of the number of people around.
No, I was just standing there and just watching. I never would have ever put my hands on anyone.
But he doesn't know that, right?
Objection as to what the defendant was.
Sustained. Speculation.
I want to make sure I understand this right. Did you see what happened between Mr. Miu and the blonde person, the blonde girl?
No, I did not see, but I heard the fist hit her face, and then I saw her stumble backwards.
I want to make sure I got it right. You said you heard his fist hit her face.
Exactly.
If you didn't see it, how do you know he hit her?
Because he was the only one doing anything to anyone.
You didn't see it.
I could clearly make out that that's what happened.
How? You just said you couldn't see it.
Just because, I mean, he was standing right in front of her, and he looked like he had a crazy look on his face, and she stumbled backwards, and she was standing right in front of him. Clearly, I could make out that he hit her. Clearly, I could.
How? You didn't see it.
By using my brain and putting the pieces together, I could clearly tell that he hit her. And, I mean, he clearly hit her. I mean, there's no denying that.
I'm going to ask you to explain to me, because you didn't see it, how you know that.
How I know what?
You said he clearly hit her.
Because I heard it and I saw her stumble backwards.
You heard something, right?
I heard a fist hit a face. I mean, have you ever heard a punch? A punch makes a noise. I heard that, and he was standing straight in front of her, and she stumbled backwards. I could clearly use all the context clues to put together that she hit or he hit her.
Okay. So you believe that he hit her to the point where there was a noise like this?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Do you know which hand he hit her with?
I could not tell you, no.
Do you know which way she fell back?
She kind of like stumbled back like a little bit, like to her like right. Like she like stumbled back like at a diagonal to her right just a little bit.
Okay, so so she stumbled, if I'm looking at you, she stumbled this way.
Yeah, like that way.
Okay. So would that make sense to you then, that if there actually was a punch, it would have come and gone this way to knock her, so it would have come and hit her left side to make her go to the right?
I'm not exactly sure. I just heard it and saw it.
Okay. Does she fall down?
She stumbled. I wouldn't say like fully fell down though. She like caught herself a little bit.
Okay. And after you say that this happened, you say everyone got on his ass and started punching him, right?
I said that?
Yeah.
I mean, in the video it clearly shows not everyone got on his ass and started punching him. I must have just said that because I was just in shock still.
What I'm asking you, is that what you said?
I don't recall exactly saying that, but if it's on the paper, I'm sure I said it.
Okay. You see a person, you don't know the person, but you see the person punch him in the face and knock him in the water, right?
I didn't really see the punch, but I saw him fall into the water, yeah.
Okay. Do you hear or see the person run around him and crack him across the side of the face?
No, I did not see that, no.
Okay. Did you see the guy in the yellow shorts come up behind him and shove him from behind while he's in the water?
No. At that point, like, I was in complete shock already. I don't remember much from that exact moment.
What were you in shock about at that point?
The knife.
Seeing the knife.
Yeah, and then I kind of just went black for like a couple like minutes or so that they're all really blurry. I just remember bits and pieces.
So seeing the knife made you go black? Yes?
To an extent.
You'd agree if you remember this?
Yeah, if I remembered anything,
Hold on.
I would agree.
There's a question. Mr. Miu doesn't hurt anyone with the knife until and after he gets punched in the face and knocked in the water, right?
Yeah, only because he punched a woman.
My question to you is, the only time anyone gets injured with a knife is after Mr. Miu is repeatedly punched, slapped, and pushed. Yes?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't see it all. I didn't see a punch, a push, and a slap. I did see him fall at the beginning into the water.
And then, by your statement then, people got on his ass. What does that mean to you?
It means just, like, I mean, after anyone punches a girl ever, there's obviously going to be a consequence. That's not okay.
That's not what I'm asking you.
What are you
What
asking?
I'm asking you is, what does it mean to you when you say everyone got on his ass? What does that mean?
That means, people hit him, yeah. Because he punched a woman.
People hit him, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how many, no, because I, once again, don't really remember. I know I didn't.
You didn't touch him, right?
Not once.
And he didn't touch you, right?
He did not. Thank the Lord.
And you don't see, well, what Isaac is doing. Do you?
No, I did not.
Okay. Now, I think you say to police, Isaac was not going toward him.
Yeah, of my memory, I didn't ever see him close to him at all. It was a shock to me.
Okay, so your memory doesn't include Isaac grabbing him by the throat.
I don't know. I don't think he ever grabbed him by the throat.
Just up to the... Mr. Pelican, I'm going to show you, if you watch the screen, this is still $29.99. Does that appear to you that Mr. Miu's, somebody's got their hand around Mr. Miu's throat?
Yes, it does.
Can you tell by the gold bracelet on the left wrist that that's Isaac Schumann?
I don't really know whose bracelet that is.
You don't know that that doesn't refresh your memory, or that you're not able to say who that is, right?
No, I can't.
But you are able to say that that person's got him around the throat. Yes?
Yeah, it does look that way.
Okay. I'm finished, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pelican. You can step down. Please see the witness coordinator in the back, and she'll tell you where to go next. How's everyone doing? Anyone need a bathroom break? Good? All right, let's continue. Mr. Smestad, who's next?
We're going to swap out here, Judge. Mr. Anderson will be.
Dr. Meyer.
Bring it all in.
Dr. Meyer, please come forward. That's good right there. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She will administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
Brian Meyer, M-Y-E-R.
And how are you employed?
I am employed by Gruth Help Incorporated, which is the physician employment group for Health Partners.
And what's your position?
I am an acute care surgeon.
What kind of education and background do you have for your position as a surgeon?
Sure. So I went to medical school at Albany Medical College, completed my MD there, then went to Eastern Virginia Medical School for my surgical residency, which was 5 years. Then went to Shock Trauma, University of Maryland, for a surgical critical care fellowship. There is no actual fellowship for trauma per se. That's the training that you get for trauma. And then stayed and did a second year for acute care surgery fellowship at University of Maryland Shock Trauma as well.
And so is your position specifically a trauma surgeon, or do you do scheduled surgeries too?
I don't really do much in the way of elective surgery. I do surgical critical care, emergency general surgery, and trauma surgery.
Okay. And were you working on July 30th of 2022?
I was.
Where were you working?
At Regents Hospital.
And on that day, were you involved with the evaluation and or treatment of Riley Madison, Dante Carlson, and Alexander Martin?
Yes, sir.
Who was the first patient that was brought in?
That was Riley.
And what was Riley's condition when she got brought to the hospital?
Just to clarify, what do you, condition?
What was her injury?
So she had a wound, open wound to her abdomen. We'd call it a thoracoabdominal wound, so it's right between, close enough you can't tell if it's in the chest or in the abdomen, or both. And in her case, there was clear evisceration of the omentum or fatty apron that we have in our belly.
And was that exposed?
Yes.
And what was your response after you noted the injury?
So when you have penetrating trauma like this, you don't know what all is involved, and so this patient needs an exploration. And so we immediately called the OR to bring her upstairs and go proceed with that exploration.
What was the result of the exploration? Did she have internal injuries?
She did. Just for clarification, I took her to the OR as we were about ready to start the case was when I got notification of a second more critical patient. And so my chief resident started the case. As a level 1 trauma center, we have a backup surgeon that is always available. And so I called my backup partner to come in to complete that surgery. And so I did not do the surgery itself, but she ended up having 2 injuries to her stomach as well as an injury to her diaphragm.
And when you say injuries, to the stomach and diaphragm, can you just explain what you mean?
Sure. So with a penetrating injury like this, there was a full thickness injury to the stomach in 2 areas. So the stomach had a full hole in it, and then also there was an injury up in the diaphragm as well.
And she required emergency surgery?
She did.
What's the danger of a cut through your stomach?
Sure. So if you, your GI tract is meant to keep everything inside where it's supposed to be. And if that leaks out into your belly, you can get sick from that. Untreated, that would lead to sepsis and progress likely onto something like septic shock, where your blood pressure would get low and you could get an overwhelming infection. For the diaphragm injury, if you have an infection that then goes from your belly where it would otherwise be contained and moves up into the thoracic cavity, that can create its own extra issues. And long term, if you don't fix a diaphragm injury, you can get a hernia through that where the bowel or the spleen or anything in your belly that lives in that left upper quadrant can move up into that area, lose its blood supply, and then lead to another emergency surgery.
And did the hospital do blood work on Riley?
Yes.
What was her BAC?
0.09.
And you said that once after you did the evaluation of Riley, you got word that another more critical patient was incoming?
Correct.
And who was that?
That was AJ.
And what was AJ's condition when he arrived?
So AJ was critically ill. We received word that as he was being flown to us that his heart had stopped. And so based on the records from, we didn't have all these details at the time, but based on the EMS records from LifeLink, he went into PEA or pulseless electrical activity cardiac arrest for 9 minutes. They were able to get return of spontaneous circulation as he rolled down to our ED, and we quickly assessed him there.
The cardiac arrest for 9 minutes, does that mean his heart stopped for 9 minutes?
Correct.
Did his heart stop at all at the hospital?
It did. So he was only in our trauma bay and up into the OR within 5 minutes, and as we rolled to the operating room with him, his heart again stopped on the monitor as we were rolling him into the OR.
And did AJ require emergency blood transfusion?
He did. He received transfusions prior to his arrival, so LifeLink transfuses blood in their helicopter, and then we had activated what we call a massive transfusion protocol, or MTP, to have lots of blood products available and continue to infuse those upon his arrival to us.
Was he in shock when he arrived at the hospital?
Yes.
And when you use, as a physician, when you use shock, what do you mean?
So shock is a condition where you don't perfuse your organs appropriately. So there's several causes of it. The most common cause of it in trauma and what AJ had was hemorrhagic shock, which is a subset of hypovolemic shock.
So when you use the word shock in medicine, it's a physical condition?
It is. It's a pathophysiologic condition.
And what can you describe what you had to do as far as surgery and what damage you found?
Sure. So when AJ arrived, he had a very large incision, essentially almost from his sternum down to the middle of his pelvis or his pubis. I had to extend this a centimeter or two just to make sure that we could get full exposure and see everything appropriately. And he had multiple injuries. The most important one, and the one that why his heart stopped and why he was so sick, was because he had injuries to his right common iliac artery, and then also his left common iliac vein. So I repaired the artery. When I knew that there was a vascular injury, I'd called in Dr. Rosenthal, who's one of our vascular surgeons, and he ended up putting some stitches to repair the vein. We additionally found 3 injuries to his small intestine and an injury to his colon as well, the transverse colon.
And I think you said the iliac artery?
Yes.
Where is that located?
So the iliac artery is what supplies blood to your pelvis and your each leg. So as you come down from the heart, your aorta splits down low in your belly, or as you go into the pelvis, into the common iliac artery. So there's a right and there's a left, and so it then continues on, provides blood, as I said, to the pelvis and the leg.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So each leg has a vein that comes up and meets somewhere?
So this would be up in the torso itself, not into the leg. So as it goes on, it then branches into an external and internal iliac artery. The external is what would continue on to go down into your femoral artery and then be the blood vessels that go down into your leg.
And where does that vein run through the torso or the stomach area?
I'd say it's about 2/3 of the way down in the abdominal cavity where the aorta bifurcates or splits into two.
Are there other major arteries and veins in the human torso?
Yes.
And can you just describe where those are?
So as I mentioned, the aorta would be the biggest one. It gives off branches to your mesenteric vessels as you come down through the abdomen, and then the big branches are the iliac arteries, and then into the external and internal. So this is a sizable artery, I would say, second only to really your, in the belly at least, second only to your aorta.
Was AJ conscious for the surgery?
He was not. He had been intubated prior to his arrival.
And may I approach?
Yes.
Any that's been marked as Exhibit 29. What does that photo show?
So that is AJ. You can see he has a nasogastric tube in his nose, and below his gown you can see his abdomen exposed, and there's what we call an abthera. So when someone is ill enough or has a reason why we would leave their belly open and not complete the surgery all in one setting, and in his case he was sick enough that that was the reason we did it, we put this special dressing on which has a vacuum in it and an area to protect the internal contents of the abdomen, and then leads to a nice closed system so that any fluid that is in the belly can drain out, and then in a delayed fashion we take patients back and re-explore them in the next day or two.
And did AJ require follow-up surgeries?
He did. He had multiple.
So the wound that's visible in that photo, I think you said you opened it up maybe another centimeter or two.
Correct. Both at the top and the bottom, it would have been a centimeter or two.
Okay. So other than that, that's the centimeter or two on the bottom, centimeter or two on top. That's the wound, the size of the wound you came in with?
Correct.
Judge, I'd move to publish 29, and I'm just going to hand it to the jury and put it on the screen.
Any objection to 29? All right, you may publish.
And was there a BAC taken of AJ?
There was not.
Would AJ have survived without medical intervention?
No.
You're a trauma surgeon. You deal with a lot of traumatic injuries. Does this case stand out to you?
It does.
You specifically remember the...
I do. I've not had a patient with that large of a penetrating wound previously.
And then Dante Carlson, how was he transported to the hospital?
He came via helicopter.
Was he given any medications on the helicopter?
He was.
Do you recall offhand what those were?
fentanyl, and if I can look at the record here, I think it was ondansetron or Zofran.
What's fentanyl used for?
It is both used for pain as well as for sedation, depending on the clinical scenario.
Is it a narcotic?
Yes.
And what was Dante's injury?
So he actually ended up having nothing internal, but as I had said earlier, one of the issues with penetrating trauma is you don't know how deep anything goes and what is injured until you actually look at it. So in his case, it was early the next morning, we took him to the operating room, did a diagnostic laparoscopy, confirmed that there were no injuries beyond his abdominal wall, so his injury was a traumatic hernia that we repaired.
And why, if there's a penetrating injury in the torso or stomach, you said you got a, so did you use a camera or how did you?
Yes, so we used a camera, put air into the belly so that we have space to do it through little incisions, and then evaluated the intraperitoneal space to make sure there was nothing injured.
And you said you have to do that to make sure there's none of those vital organs or arteries or anything else damaged inside?
Correct. You need to make sure there's not something injured to your gastrointestinal tract that is leaking contents, or even if a blood vessel or your spleen is injured, it may not bleed significantly, but you may end up with injuries to it called pseudoaneurysms that can bleed in a delayed fashion.
And what was the Dante's blood drawn and tested for BAC?
It was.
What was his BAC?
0.09.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Strofficy?
Thank you. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I'm going to start with Riley, if I could.
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to start with this. You had mentioned that her blood was drawn and her alcohol concentration level was a 0.09. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember what time that was?
That would be obtained. I can look and find the minutes if you need that. It would be when she first arrives to the ED. We take blood from most patients and send it off as part of a rainbow draw that every lab that we get available, and then we send to the lab and select what we're going to choose.
Okay.
From there.
And you're free to look. I'm not here to trick you. If I told you that it was drawn at about 4:55, that makes sense?
That would sound about right.
Okay. And I don't want to interrupt you while you're looking. Do you recall on the records that you have what she weighed about?
I do not.
Okay. I think there's been testimony. I think 115 is what she had said. Is that
That sounds ballpark about correct.
So you would agree that if the draw's at 4:55, she's an 09 at 4:55, right?
Correct.
That doesn't mean that's what her alcohol concentration was when this incident happened. True?
I'm not a toxicologist, so I'm not going to, I don't know that I have the expertise to get into specifics on that, but common sense would say yes.
Okay, so, and again, I'm not going to ask for your expert opinion on anything. What I'm going to ask you is, do you, whether it's personal experience, training and experience as a medical professional, you understand that alcohol absorbs and eliminates at different rates, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if this is alcohol, this water bottle, and I drink it, it's not fully absorbed into my body immediately, right?
Correct.
It would take some period of time to do that. Yes?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm assuming, well, tell me if you can answer this. Do you have any information that after she was injured, she was consuming any alcohol?
I do not.
Okay. So the blood draw is about an hour and change before the incident. Her alcohol concentration, based on what you know, based on your training and experience, is not an 09 at the time, likely, correct?
Most likely.
Okay. And I want to just make sure I have this right. You had said that if Riley's injuries were left untreated, sepsis, other types of infections, I don't want to discount what you're saying, I was trying to write as fast as I could. Other infections and a hernia, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can I approach you?
Yes.
So I'm going to talk to you about AJ for a minute.
Okay.
Okay. And you said that his injuries were kind of, is the belt line or a little bit lower than the belt line kind of?
No, higher than that.
Okay. So the belly button?
Below that.
Okay.
Right between those two.
The belly button and the belt. All right. Can I ask you this? All of us here have seen the video of kind of what the injury to AJ Martin looked like. Okay, I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying we all have.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can the trajectory of the injury, meaning what it ends up looking like, change based upon what the person who's being injured does? Do you understand my question?
Well, sure. I mean, penetrating trauma is all about what the trajectory of of the object doing the injuring does, and our job is to figure out what that trajectory is. So if someone moves as the penetrating object is going through them, that would change the trajectory and what the injuries would be.
Right, fair enough. So if, for example, I stabbed you, and when I stabbed you, you were shoving me and actually knocking me backwards off my feet, okay? That could change, like, my arm angle and what ends up happening to you as a result of that. Is that fair?
It's a dynamic process, so the two would be affecting each other for sure.
Sure. So something that looks like a stab wound that's going straight, right, that's kind of going in, that might not certainly have the same impact of taking an injury from your navel area up to your chest area as it would be if that same penetrating wound happened and the person got shoved and the knife got moved. Is that fair?
It would, although I would worry at AJ he would have had a worse injury if it went deeper and it didn't go up.
Okay. Can you say that again for me?
So you're saying if the force is that someone gets pushed and instead of the knife going straight, it comes up. In his case, that would have actually been a better thing because his deepest injury was that lowest part. And if that knife went deeper, it would have had a bigger injury and he probably would have never made it to the hospital.
Okay. But in terms of what, the jury has seen this photo of his abdomen area. I guess I just want to make sure that I understand. For example, Riley suffered a puncture, if that's fair, a puncture wound. Her abdomen or her side here didn't open up like that, right?
It was wide open. It just wasn't as large.
Right, understood. And that could be, meaning what it looks like, I think you've said this, could be based upon what the person's body is doing when the injury is occurring. Is that fair?
Generally, yes.
Okay. And does it also change in terms of the possible penetration of the wound? If I'm standing still and you stab me, okay, versus if I'm running at you and then you stab me? Could that have an impact on the force used in the depth of the wound?
It could.
And it seems logical to me, but you tell me if this is right. If I'm running at you and I'm a grown person and I'm running at you with some force, it certainly is possible that the wound could go deeper because of the force that I'm providing. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. Was it, it's not a criticism, it's a question. AJ Martin's because of the transfusions, his blood couldn't be tested for alcohol. Is that fair?
No, the reason we did not hang around long enough to get blood specimens in the trauma bay.
Okay.
We moved so quickly to the OR that he did not get the normal labs drawn in the ED. And our anesthesia team who takes over the resuscitation in the operating room, that wouldn't be part of the order set that they would send off because it wouldn't have affected his care.
Okay, very good, thank you. And Dante Carlson, just the same, he has a test result of an 09, but that's also at a later time, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it certainly may not be what his test result was at the time of the incident, true?
It may not be what his level was at the time of the instance, yes.
Right, okay. And I think this is fair, and you tell me, what you ended up doing for Dante Carlson was repairing a hernia. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, do you have more questions?
As far as what people's movements contributed, you don't know, you can speculate or say it could affect it, but is that the extent of what you're able to say?
Correct. I mean, physics is physics, and it's a very dynamic thing, and movement of two objects that are interacting is going to lead to different outcomes.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Sharafi? All right. Thank you, Dr. Meyer. You may step down.
Good morning, everybody just coming in. I had a little bit of a late start. I had some things to take care of. So welcome to the chat. Thank you for
Might be
subscribing.
A good place for a short recess. Let's come back at 9:35.
Ooh, we got a little recess. We could chit-chat a little bit.
All rise for the jury.
All rise. Stand up.
Stand up!
Happy Monday, everyone. It is Monday morning. April the 8th, 2024. Is it Eclipse Day, y'all? Let's check out some Eclipse streams while we are on break.
We're in recess. 10 minutes.
Yeah.
After they do their little housekeeping. Oh, I guess they're not doing housekeeping. Excuse me. Let's check out some Eclipse. I know that NASA is supposed to be live or something. Let's see.
And good morning
we gotta
again
mute
from
him.
our Fox 9 streaming center. You've, of course, been watching.
You are live with the J is for Justice Streaming Center. My name is Jay. I am your host. Ooh, we're going to turn that shiz right off. I got to fix my camera. Let's check out the Eclipse. Here we go. Solar eclipse track. Let's listen. Oh, there's no sound. All right, so they have this area. Okay, let's see where it's going up. I haven't even looked at this shiz. Oh, look at Shell. It's going right over Rochester, New Hampshire, and then up into New Brunswick, Canada. So I guess we're going to have a 65% eclipse at 3 p.m. Woo! Happy Eclipse Day to y'all. Amy Perry, welcome back to the country. Welcome back to the country. Where were you? Where were you out of the country? In the Caribbean? Tell us where you were. We were all stuck here in shit world while Amy was on some international vacation. What's going on with that? And she's been a member for 17 months. What's up, guys? I feel like I'm delayed on my camera. Whoop. I am, like 2-second delay. Weird. That's really weird. So my morning is better now that I'm here with y'all. You were in the Bahamas. Oh. What is the Devil's Comet? I don't even know what that is. I think there's another live. Hang on. Eclipse live. It's like NASA or something. Yeah, right here. Oh, no, that's not it. But look. Look. There's people sitting out in lawn chairs. Oh, my God. Hold on. People are making such a big deal about this. In 2017, there was like a full-out eclipse. Look at that lady in her glasses. Oh, my God. You had an eclipse festival? Uncut Funk? That's so funny. Everybody's making such a big deal. Because even in a total solar eclipse, you still have light. I saw the one in 2017 and I was like, what the heck? I thought it was going to be like dark. And it wasn't. Look at this mess. Where is this? Fans and scientists gathering to witness the rare phenomenon in various locations. What a circus. Wait, let's see if there's sound. There is. I mean, I guess it's getting people out of the house and has given them something to do. But in 2017, I had a little picnic at the river in Michigan, St. Clair River. We had a little picnic, me and my staff, and we looked through cereal boxes, and it didn't get dark like we thought it would, and then it was good. And this is hysterical. Yeah, I heard all the freaking hotels sold out. This is people in Mexico. All right, let's see who else is live with this. Look at these people. Oh, man. These CNN News 18 are fake channels. Oh, NASA. NASA had something that was live. Look at 600 people are watching this. 600 are watching this. I'm in Indiana and they called the state of emergency. Why? That's so cool, Sunshine. Roller skating and Back to the Future movie in a Pink Floyd band. That is cool. That's really cool. Associated Press, thanks. We'll check out the Associated Press. We might even put it down in the corner so everybody can watch. Here it is. Oh, shit. This is great. We've got Niagara Falls, Mesquite, Texas, Mexico, and Eagle Pass, Texas. Look at the telescopes. Oh, this is great. What's up, Scott H? Oh, Amber, that's stupid. 2044? Why is it a state of emergency? Oh, what does this mean?
The astronomical phenomenon of an eclipse is a known wonder of the human experience.
Okay, I don't want to hear all that. That's hilarious. I know, why would it be an emergency? I don't understand that. People are scared. They called off schools and shit. Why would they call off schools? Those kids should be going outside at school and viewing it as a class. God, that's what we used to do. Now the kids have to stay home. What? It's just because of the people coming in? Well, probably terrorist threats and shit. I hate to say that, but there's been like warnings after, I guess Russia had another attack from ISIS. This is from 1994. Ooh. Ah. I haven't seen anything about the eclipse. Turn around. This is May 10th, 1994. A live look at the solar eclipse. Some people don't take it seriously and look at it. I think even if you look at it and look away really fast, you'll be fine. Oh, look. It looks so fake. Wait, let's listen to this. Hold on.
Some of those, for what do they call them, the prominences that,
look at the van.
Burst off the side of the sun. They were telling me here earlier that those sometimes go anywhere from 25,000 to 100,000 miles up in the air.
1994.
At any rate, the cloud covers obscured everything here in North Texas. The videotape you saw, the videotape that you saw came from White Sands, New Mexico. We knew obviously we're back here live, and it's cloudy up there. We have a picture now live from Springfield, Illinois. This one's coming in from, this path goes what, sort of southwest to northeast across the country?
That's right. That was sort of what we would have seen here if we didn't have the clouds in the way.
Yeah, this would have been about what, 83, 80, 84%?
It's around there somewhere.
That's much, and this, as we say, is a live picture from Springfield, Illinois. And the videotape that you saw earlier of the best view of it, the one with maximum coverage, was about 93, 94%, and that was from White Sands, New Mexico. Since we missed it here in North Texas, at least seeing it live here in North Texas, you can stick around because all these folks will be back in the year 2012. That's 18 years from now, when there is another annular eclipse. The next total eclipse, unfortunately, is 30 years away in the year 2024.
Here we are.
I hope I'll be around to see that one. I'm Doug Fox, Channel 8 News.
Oh, that was weird, huh? Let's hear that again. That was strange to hear.
Years away in the year 2024. I hope I'll be around to see that one. I'm Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, live in full
Doug Fox, is he still around?
You will be, Doug. You will be. Thank you very much.
Okay, Doug, thanks.
Is Doug still there?
Look, these are live pictures.
We need to see if Doug's
It's
still
the moon
around.
in front of the sun. The peak of this annular eclipse was at 11:06 our time. So it slowly moves on off. From White Sands, yes, that's what Renee was saying. From White Sands, New Mexico. It is a pretty picture, isn't it? 88.5%, I think, is the maximum coverage over the sun caused by the moon. Quite nice, quite interesting. It's amazing the technology that has advanced from eclipse to eclipse and how we can view these pictures now. We never could have done this probably 15, 20 years ago.
You guys
Certainly
look him
wouldn't have
up,
the
see if
satellite
he's still
capability.
alive. What was his name?
Working in the spirit of Texas, from WFAA-TV, this is News 8 at 5.
That eclipse looks real well. If that cloud would come down, I think we'd be able to see it a little bit better.
Clouds block a solar eclipse here in North Texas, but in New Mexico, clear skies offer a clear view as the moon crosses the path of the sun. And that celestial show tops our news at this hour.
Good afternoon, everyone,
It
and
was
thank you.
cloudy. They couldn't even see it. You can't even tell when it's cloudy. What was that dude's name? That's wild.
That's much, and this, as we say, is a live picture from Springfield, Illinois. And the videotape that you saw earlier of the best view of it, the one with maximum coverage, was about 93, 94%, and that was from White Sands, New Mexico. Since we missed it here in North Texas, at least seeing it live here in North Texas, you can stick around because all these folks will be back in the year 2012. That's 18 years from now when there is another annular eclipse. The next total eclipse, unfortunately, is 30 years away in the year 2024. I hope I'll be around to see that one. I'm Doug Fox, Channel 8 News. Live.
Doug Fox, Channel 8 News. Let's see. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, Texas. He was an inductee into the Silver Circle. Oh, they live in Colorado now. The fuck is this? Oh my God, that's Doug Fox. Oh, you guys can't see that. Hold on. So he reported the news there for 30 some odd years. Doug Fox investigates drug smugglers in 1976.
Today's anonymous caller said he would prove his involvement in the drug smuggling flight by leaving seats from the airplane in a drop box for the disabled American veterans at Audelia and Miller Roads in Dallas. Sure enough, when the box was opened, there were the seats. Attached was a note saying the smugglers were impressed with the customs agents who had tracked their plane into the Dallas area. The note said the $72,000 worth of marijuana on board had been dumped in Lakes Lavon, Dallas, and Ray Hubbard as the airplane chase ensued. The note said the smugglers narrowly missed being captured, but escaped in a car from Dallas North Airport just before a second customs plane landed. Because of increased pressure from federal agents and new sophisticated equipment, the note said, "It is hopeless to continue. Please, no more publicity. Most sincerely, retired smugglers."
What?
Dallas police this evening could not say whether the airplane seats were in fact taken from the smuggling plane. They said they would investigate the note further. Despite the allegation that the first caller to Channel 8 News was a fraud, the only discrepancy between the note and the caller last week was whether or not the drugs were actually delivered. Doug Fox, Channel 8.
What the freak? Okay, I don't understand that at all, but okay. Let's see. He's in this on 2020. I think he's still alive. I don't see any like obituary or anything. I don't know. I don't understand what that was. Hi, Scott. You're going back in the bushes? Yeah, I can't find anything that says he's not around. So maybe Doug, in fact, gets to watch the eclipse today from his home in Colorado.
2024. Doug Fox, Channel 8 News, Fort Worth.
And we are told the next annular eclipse to be seen in the North Texas area will be in the year 2012, just a short 18 years away. A rare celestial event occurred today over North Texas, but you couldn't see it. Other parts of the country had a chance to see an annular eclipse of the sun. Annular comes from the Latin in the shape of a...
And then investigator Schultz collected it from Anthony.
And this is an investigator. Sorry, guys. We got carried
Here
away.
at the Government Center.
All right, and did you use the same process with Riley and Dante?
I did.
What'd you do with those swabs once they were collected?
I packaged them, logged them into evidence, and placed them in the evidence room at the Sheriff's Office.
Were you present when Investigator Schultz took Anthony Carlson's buccal swab?
I was.
What happened to that swab?
I also packaged that one and logged it.
Do you remember the day that happened?
September 2nd, 2022.
When you say you placed them in evidence in your facility at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And were they kept in that secure facility until transported?
To my knowledge, yes.
Where were they transported to?
The state crime lab?
All right. Were you involved in that?
No. Not that I recall that I was there.
Is it possible you were involved in that?
I could have been.
Was it quite a while ago?
Yes.
Is there another Sally Standard who works for the sheriff's office?
No.
If the crime lab paperwork says that the samples were dropped off by a Sally Standard, would that have been you?
Yes.
When is it at 64? Question with discussion.
Yes, you may.
Investigator, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 64. Can you identify that?
It appears to be the property and evidence summary from the case number 2022-6400.
Is that this case that we're here for?
Yes.
Did you, as you log in evidence, and specifically these buccal swabs, is there a number assigned for that evidence?
There is.
An item number, I guess it's called?
There is an item number, yes.
I'm referring you to the, I guess, the bottom of page 5 and the top of page 6. Do you see the entries for the buccal swabs that you collected on September 1st and 2nd?
Yes.
Can you just tell us the numbers for the swabs that you entered into evidence?
257, 258, 259, and 260.
I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Chirofisi?
Just very few. So investigator, when you get the buckles, and I think you said you got them on September 1st and September 2nd?
Correct.
Okay. You log them into evidence, right?
I do.
Okay. And when are they transported to the crime lab?
The date that they were transported, I don't know.
Do you do anything with, I understand you package the evidence, right?
Correct.
Do you do anything with the DNA evidence, meaning do you refrigerate it? What do you do with it?
Once the buccal swab is collected, it's placed in an evidence box and then also a bag. The label is placed on that and it's placed in evidence. There's no refrigeration that happened with that when I placed it into evidence.
I'm sorry, you said there was no refrigeration? Is that what you said?
When I place it into evidence, it's in a locker.
Okay. And in this particular case, not being critical, you don't know how long it's there before it's transferred?
Correct. I'm not the evidence technician.
Okay. Do you transfer it? Do you drive the evidence to the crime lab?
We can at times. We may go with the evidence technician.
Okay. You don't have a recollection of that in this case?
I don't.
Okay. Do you have that exhibit in front of you? Can I just take a peek at it?
Sure.
Appreciate it. And to be fair, the information on here doesn't say who transferred it or when, right?
Not on that form, no.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Smestad, anything else?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you, investigator. You can step down. Who is the next witness?
One moment, Judge. It'll be Ashley Hoffman. She may appear on the witness list as Ashley Price, Your Honor. She's had a name change.
Okay. Ms. Hoffman, please come forward. Keep coming. Right down the middle. That's good. Please face the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name for the record?
Ashley Hoffman.
Were you formerly known as with a different last name?
Yes, Ashley Price is my maiden name.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a nurse,
What kind of nurse are you?
forensic nurse examiner for SART, and then my full-time job is I'm an OB nurse manager.
What is SART?
SART Sexual Assault Response Team.
Is that something affiliated with St. Clair County?
Yes, we cover St. Croix County, Polk County, Barron County, Rusk County. It's a community resource.
All right. Can you briefly describe your education that led you to your job as a nurse?
Yes. Specifically for forensic nurse examiner, I take a 40-hour didactic training, which is where they kind of teach you how to perform medical forensic examinations. And then I also did a 2-day hands-on skills education with Hennepin County for their HART, which is Hennepin Assault Response Team.
Do you have a bachelor's degree in nursing?
Yes.
From where?
University of North Carolina at Wilmington.
Your Honor, if I can approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57, and I'll ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
It is my CV for nursing with my experience.
And what's a CV?
CV is just a document that lays out different experiences for how long I was with different organizations.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibits 57.
Any objection?
Okay.
57 is received.
Now, you've testified that you are involved in a number of different roles in your job.
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about your position as what you call the SART nurse. What are you asked to do as a SART nurse?
Yes, so typically we do forensic examinations on sexual assault victims. It also spans across to suspects of assault cases, including sexual assault, homicides, anything where evidence collection would need to be done.
Does part of your duties include responding to the St. Croix County Jail when requested to examine folks in the jail?
Yes.
Do you recall July 30th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Were you on duty that day?
Yes, I was.
Is a SART nurse on call, or do you have specific hours, or how does that work?
We do on-call hours.
All right. Did you get called to the St. Croix County Jail that day?
Yes, I did.
You remember what time?
It was around dinner time. I was sitting down to eat dinner.
All right. Did you go to the jail?
Yes, I did.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to collect evidence on a homicide suspect.
As part of your duties do you typically get asked to perform an examination of someone who may have been involved in a homicide case?
It can happen. Certainly we typically do sexual assault cases, but yes, it can happen.
And on this day, were you specifically asked to do an examination of a homicide suspect?
Yes, and I should change my verbiage a little bit. I was asked to do an examination on a suspect that had stabbed 5 people.
You had that information when you went to the jail?
Yes, correct.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is you prepare a written report.
Yes.
Do you prepare a report?
Yes.
Right, approach?
Yes, you may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you it's been marked as Exhibit 55. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what it is.
This is our suspect evidence collection examination form.
Is that the report you filled out on your examination with Nicolae Miu?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe what type of examination you do in this context?
Yes. So generally, whenever I first arrive, I speak with law enforcement and kind of get a brief description of why I'm there, why I've been asked to be called and collect evidence. They briefly tell me a little bit about what happened. I meet with the suspects, and then it's kind of a templated form where I go through a bunch of questions, just asking general medical history, if they have a twin, just different questions that might point me into what type of evidence there might be, how I would collect it, if there's any scars, if there's any injuries. I do a full head-to-toe assessment of the suspect and document any findings. I do take photographs. Typically, I get consent at the beginning of these examinations. If I do not get consent, generally we'll go with a warrant, if there is one that is issued, that lays out exactly what I would be looking for.
Do you remember if Mr. Miu consented to the examination?
Yes, there is a signed consent form in here on, I believe.
One of the things that you do as part of your examination is it to inquire as to whether the suspect has specific injuries to direct you to?
Yes. Yep, so I go through and I ask different questions. I take what law enforcement has given me, and then I take what the suspect tells me a little bit about. If I notice anything that I have not been told about, I will ask a question, oh, how did you get this injury? Just to kind of point me to what I'm seeing and where that might have come from.
All right. You're awesome. With regard to medical history, did Mr. Miu tell you anything that you noted as significant in his medical or surgical history?
Yes, he had a coronary artery bypass graft in 2021.
He told you it was in 2021?
Yes.
Did you have any medical data to support that date?
No.
You took his height and weight?
Correct.
How tall was he when you examined him?
69 inches tall.
And what did he weigh?
248 pounds.
Mr. Miu reported some injuries to you that he took that you made note of on page 4. Pardon me, page 5. Here at the top.
Yes.
What did he report as being the injuries?
He reported getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. Did not have any pain when I was talking with him. The only pain was on his butt from hitting the stones on the river.
Did he report any kind of injury to his ears?
He had reported that someone told him there was blood on his ear. Part of my examination, I do look in the ears with an otoscope, and I did not note anything worth mentioning. No injuries or anything like that.
Did you see any blood in his ear?
No, not at that time.
Did he report which ear he supposedly had blood from? If you know, or did you check both ears?
I checked both ears, but I do not remember which ear specifically.
Down towards the bottom of page 5, there's a category that indicates statements made by suspect during the exam.
Yes.
Did you fill that part out?
Yes, I did.
What kind of statements did Mr. Miu make to you during the exam?
One statement was, there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. I don't know with what. A second statement made was, they just attacked me, they called me a child rapist. A third statement made was, a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly.
When he was reporting his injuries to you, did he make any mention of being struck in the face? If you recall?
I do not recall directly.
Did he make any mention of being strangled?
Not to my recollection.
Right, and if he had, would you have noted that?
Yes.
Did you examine his neck and throat area?
Yes.
Did you find anything that would indicate that he had been strangled?
No, not that I have noted.
You examined his face?
Yes.
Did you see any bruising or cuts? That you,
I noted a 2 centimeter by 1 centimeter abrasion to his posterior head, so the back of the head.
right. How about his face? Did you notice anything to his face?
Nothing to the outside of his face. On the inside of his left cheek, there was an abrasion.
All right. On the outside of his face, did you see any puffiness or swelling?
No, not that I recall.
Any red marks of any kind?
No, not that I recall.
You did talk about an abrasion to the inside of his cheek. Did he tell you how that happened?
Yes.
What did
Said,
he tell you?
I bit it when I was attacked.
With regard to the abrasion on the back of his head, is that at the top of his head or at the lower part of his head?
It's at the base
All right.
of
and
his skull.
Was his hair covering it? If you know?
I do not recall. Where I have it drawn is kind of right where that hairline would be.
All right. And did he tell you how he received the abrasion to the back of his head?
Yes, he said I was hit back there.
All right. Did you note any swellings or bleeding on the back of his head?
No.
At some point, did you examine the side of his head?
Yes, I did examine the right side of his head.
Did you note any injuries?
No.
Did he make a statement with regard to what injury he thought he had to the side of his head?
Yes. To the right side, he stated, I was hit on the side of the head.
Did you make or examine his hands?
Yes.
Did you note anything of concern with his hands?
There were scattered abrasions on his knuckles of his right hand.
Was there anything on his left hand?
Not that I have noted.
Did you also examine his back?
Yes.
What did you find when you examined his back?
He had about 6 different injuries that I noted. Starting from the upper back, he had a couple of linear abrasions that were red in color, as well as a 7 centimeter by 8 centimeter abrasion on his lower back on the right side.
Did you notice any bruising on his back?
No, not that I have noted.
And maybe, just to make sure, what time of day did you complete your exam? Is it included on your report?
Yes, it is included on page 3. Time was 21:03, so 9:03 p.m.
Understood. Did you take some photos during your examination of the injuries that you just noted?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, well, I can approach.
Yes.
First off, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, this first image is a photo identification card stating my name as the photographer, who the law enforcement was involved, date of the photos, and patient name and patient birth date.
And is the rest of the exhibit the photos that you took?
Yes.
And then the last page, what is that? Or is that just a duplicate of the first page?
The last page, I take a picture of the photo identification card at the beginning as well as at the end.
All right. On your photo identification card, are you using your former maiden name?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'm going to ask for admission for Exhibit 56 and ask permission to publish to the jury.
Any objection to 56, the photos?
No, did we publish 55 as well yet, or?
No.
55 has not been offered.
Okay.
So 56 is received, go ahead and publish.
Well, Your Honor, I will offer 55, which is a report, but I wasn't intending to publish it.
Any objection to it being received as evidence?
No objection.
All right, 55 is received.
We're going to publish digitally here, so if you give us a second. We're ready. All right, Nurse Hoffman, is this the photo identification card you referred to?
Yes.
Page 2. Can you show us what that is? Tell us what that is.
Yes, I do a profile image of the suspect so that we know whose photos these belong to.
All right, and this is a photo of his face and upper torso?
Correct.
And as you noted earlier, does the photo show any injuries to his face?
Objection. I think that's for the jury to decide.
Agreed. Sustained.
Moving on to page 3, what's that a photo of?
That is a distant photo of the back.
All right. Did Mr. Miu make any comments as to how he got the abrasions on his back, if you remember?
No, none that I have noted.
All right, all right, we'll move on. Page 4. Tell us what that is.
That is an up-close abrasion injury to the upper back on the right side.
All right. Photo 5, page 5. What's that?
That is a measurement of that abrasion that I have noted on the upper right back.
And what was the, go back, what was the?
2 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, next page. What's that?
That is a photo of more abrasions to the left side, or to the right side of the first noted abrasion, with measurements as well. So that was a 1 centimeter linear abrasion.
And that's what the next photo shows? This
Yes,
photo here?
correct.
All right, move on, one more. And what is this? I guess it's listed as image 251.
That is an up-close photo of an injury further to the right side.
All right, what type of injury is that?
It is an abrasion.
And then next slide, is this you again measuring it?
Correct.
And how big was?
1 centimeter.
The next photo, can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that is an abrasion further down on the upper right side of the back.
Next photo. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a more up-close photo of the same injury.
And is that one also measured?
Correct. That is a measurement, 3.5 centimeter linear abrasion.
All right, and the next photo, what does this show?
So that would be a picture, a distant picture of the abrasions, a little bit further, kind of mid-back on the right side.
All right. Next photo.
It's a more up-close image of the same injury.
Understood? You measured that as well?
Correct.
And this photo that you're looking at now, does that show the measurements?
Yes, they were 2.5 centimeter abrasions.
This next photo, is that tell us what that is?
That is a red and linear abrasion on the lower right part of the hip.
And then this next photo, is that a close-up of that same abrasion?
Correct.
You measured that as well?
Yes,
That's
measured
shown-
that as well.
That's shown in the following photo.
Correct.
What were the measurements for that abrasion?
7 centimeter by 8 centimeter.
Did you take a couple measurements of that particular abrasion?
Correct.
That's what does this photo show the second measurement of that abrasion?
Yes.
And then last page, that's what you had described earlier as being the after photo of the identification card?
Correct.
Is that all of the photos that you took?
Yes.
As you're examining Mr. Miu, was he interacting with you, talking with you?
Yes, he was answering any questions that I had.
Do you remember what his demeanor was?
He was very cooperative.
All right. Did he show any signs of being under distress?
Not at that time that I can remember.
Did you take his pulse?
Yes.
And do you remember what it was?
Pulse was 91.
As you were interacting with him, did you observe any indications that he was under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
Not that I can recall.
Right. Did you draw any blood?
I did not.
While you were doing your examination, did Mr. Miu complain of any pain in his ear?
Not that I can recall.
Did you take any samples from Mr. Miu? Did you take samples from Mr. Miu during your examination?
Yes.
What kind of samples did you take?
I took a couple of different collection swabs on fingernails. We do a buccal swab, so that is in the inside of the cheek, and that collects suspect DNA, so we have something to reference, as well as skin-to-skin contact swab, so that would be on the hands. That is all the swabs that I collected on him.
All right. Did you do any swabs of his back at all, if you remember?
Not that I can remember.
All right. What did you do with all this material that you gathered? I mean your report, the photos, the swabs, the samples?
Yep, the evidence samples we package up, we seal them in an evidence box, and then that gets handed over to law enforcement as part of chain of custody.
Did you do that?
Yes.
You remember which officer you gave the materials to?
Brandy Hart.
Your Honor, I'll move for the admission of 56 if it hasn't already been admitted, and I don't have any other questions for her.
I believe 56 was received, as well as 55. Mr. Nelson.
Morning. You're a nurse examiner,
Yes,
and you come and examine people when you're asked, correct?
correct.
Sometimes those people are alleged victims, correct?
Yes,
Sometimes those people are alleged suspects, correct?
yes,
Sometimes those people might be both, correct?
yes,
When you examine, you do that by asking questions, correct?
yes,
And then you gather information by listening to the answers, correct?
yes,
And then you do an examination with your eyes as well, correct?
yes,
And then you note what you observed, correct?
yes,
So essentially, exhibit number 55 notes what you heard, correct?
yes,
And what you saw, correct?
yes,
When you, oftentimes, most of the time, I'm guessing you're dealing with people who, as it says on here, are sexual assault victims, correct?
yes,
I would imagine that you've dealt with, you consider that to be a person who's a victim of assault, correct?
yes,
And I would imagine there's times when you've dealt with people who are victims of an attempted assault, correct?
yes,
There's certainly times when somebody comes in and they said, somebody was trying to assault me and attack me and I fended them off, correct?
Yes.
I defended myself in some way, correct?
Yes.
You would still do an examination, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that person's still a victim of assault, correct?
Yes.
Whether that assault is completed or not completed, they're still a victim, correct?
Yes.
And in that sense, you deal with these victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that victims of violence often suffer physical injury, correct?
Yes.
But also psychological trauma.
Yes.
They're victims of trauma, correct?
Correct.
And I would imagine you have a lot of training and experience in dealing with people who are in the acute phase of dealing with some trauma that they've suffered, correct?
Yes.
And it maybe changes over time how that shows, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine you've seen some people within minutes, if not within an hour, of the trauma that they've suffered, right?
Yes.
And then you've seen some people maybe 24 hours or later, correct?
Yes.
And how people, the signs that they might show of that trauma might depend upon when you see them on that time continuum, correct?
Yes.
As somebody is closer in time to the event, their trauma might be more acute, correct?
Yes.
And as somebody, time goes on, that might be harder for you to observe, correct?
Yes.
Because obviously a lot of the psychological trauma is internal, correct?
Yes.
You're noting physical injuries, right?
Correct.
But it's hard for you to know what's going on inside that person's brain or body, right?
Yes, unless they tell me.
Unless they tell you, correct? And I would imagine sometimes in those positions, people who are victims of violence, victims suffering from trauma, they may not be in the best time to fully disclose the trauma that they've just suffered, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that I'm sure you're trained on is how to get that information from somebody, correct?
Correct.
Because sometimes that's difficult to do when the person has just suffered some life-altering trauma, correct?
Yes.
And it's not unusual for you, in your experience, to know that these victims of violence may not be in the best position to tell you things right away, right?
Correct.
Because the trauma, it impacts that person, correct?
Yes.
It impacts how their body functions, right?
Correct.
And in fact, in here, you took a pulse of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
And his resting heart rate was 91, correct?
Correct.
You would agree that that's elevated, correct?
It depends on the person. Some people do have more elevated resting heart rates. So I would not, at this first meeting, be able to determine if that was elevated or not, as I had not received any other medical history about Mr. Miu.
Sure. You're a nurse, though, right?
Yep.
You've taken people's heart rates quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that a resting heart rate of 91 for a 52-year-old male is outside the normal range of what you would expect for a resting heart rate?
Yes.
It's elevated, correct?
Yes, slightly.
So there's other things that might happen to a victim of trauma to their body, correct?
Yes.
The one thing, again, that you were able to measure is heart rate. That's all, correct?
Correct.
You could, and again, I'm just trying to figure out what you did. Mm-hmm. You could take blood pressure, correct?
Yes.
Is that something you did?
Yes.
Was that elevated as well?
Blood pressure was 144 over 97.
Okay.
Which, yes, is elevated. Then again, some people can have more elevated blood pressures normally. But yes, that would be more elevated than I would normally see.
Other than those two measurements, did you do any other measurements of his body? Not height and weight, but just like internal measurements, so to speak.
Yes. So I collected a full set of vital signs. So that includes that pulse, that blood pressure, respiratory rate, which was 18 at that time, and temperature, 98.2 Fahrenheit.
And you would agree that respiratory rate is, again, same thing, a bit elevated. Agreed?
18 is within normal limits for an adult.
So other things that might be happening inside a person's body that they're a victim of trauma, you can't always measure, correct?
Correct.
You know through your training and experience that sometimes somebody who suffers violence upon them, they might have an adrenaline rush, correct?
Correct.
And after that adrenaline rush, their body might dump all kinds of chemicals into them, correct?
Correct.
And that might have an impact on them, correct?
Yes.
What you see sometimes for victims of trauma is sometimes that those victims may have a foggy mind, correct?
Yes.
May not have the best memory, correct?
Correct.
Or even if they have the memory, they may not be in the best position to retrieve that memory.
Correct.
Or even if they can retrieve the memory, they may not be in the best position to disclose that memory, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes the violence done upon somebody might be so impactful that they're just not in a position to talk about it, correct?
Yes.
And you certainly know sometimes that people who are victims of violence, they also might just get inaccurately report the violence that was done to them, correct?
Sometimes, yes, correct.
Yep, because if violence is being done to a person, that's obviously a high-stress situation, correct?
Yes.
And that might impact their memory of the event, correct?
Yes.
And this is all things that you've dealt with when you've dealt with people who are victims of violence, correct?
Yes.
And the same holds true even if that person thankfully was able to fight off the assault being done to them, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, is to the speculation foundation, stating facts not in evidence.
I'm asking her in general.
Overruled.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And what you're doing in your examining is you're, again, trying to gather facts, correct?
Yes.
Because sometimes those facts might tell a story, correct?
Correct.
Because ultimately, part of what you're here to do is to say, figure out what happened, correct?
Yes.
I would imagine it's unusual in your world for you to be able to have a video of actually what happened, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know when you're doing these examinations whether there's going to be some other evidence that might tell the story, correct?
Correct.
And so you're, again, just collecting the facts, because we might not have that video, right?
Yes.
I want to go through some of the things that you did in this case. Just going to jump ahead for a second before we get into this. One of the things you said is you take medical history, right?
Yes.
And the medical history that you received is that Mr. Miu had I think of it as quadruple bypass. Is there another term that you used?
Yes. Coronary artery bypass graft.
Okay. And you made observations of Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
You saw his chest, correct?
Yes.
He certainly had a scar consistent with the surgery that he said to you that he had done to him, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that you said you ask about is whether somebody or not has a twin brother, correct?
Correct.
Because that's important for some of the DNA analysis, correct?
Yes.
And you learned that Mr. Miu, in fact, has a twin brother, correct?
Yes, a fraternal twin.
Correct. Okay. I want to go through a little bit then Exhibit 55, and I'm just going to go through some different pages here, okay?
Okay.
And on page 4, I want to go through, start there. That make sense?
Yes.
The handwriting there, that's your handwriting, agreed?
Yes.
And you wrote those things down because that's what somebody told you, correct?
Correct.
So like when you report here, suspect, you're talking about Mr. Miu, correct?
Yes.
Depending upon the view, it could be an alleged victim too. Agreed?
Agreed.
So can we just replace that with his actual name? Would that make sense?
Yes.
Mr. Miu reports he was being attacked. Bystander noted blood coming out of suspect's left ear. Do you agree?
Yes.
Are you aware of the video evidence showing him getting hit upon his left ear?
No, not at that time.
And then it notes, Mr. Miu notes he washed the ear off in the river, correct?
Correct.
And of course, on your form, there's a note that says, post-incident actions, did somebody take a bath or a shower, correct?
Correct.
And here you put no, but you noted incident happened in the river, correct?
Yes.
It's noteworthy to know that water was a part of this, correct?
Correct.
Because water could impact the ability for the evidence to stick around for your collection, lack of a better phrase? You agree?
Correct.
Including blood, correct?
Yes.
On page 5, you note, again, replacing with his name, Mr. Miu reports getting hit in the back of the head and in the back. You agree with that?
Yes.
He said at that point there was no pain, only pain on his butt from hitting the stones on the river, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions about how it is that he came to be falling into the river?
I did not.
Did you ask him some follow-up questions to see the amount of force that was used against him to fall into the river?
No, I did not.
And then on the bottom of page 5, you note some other statements by Mr. Miu, is that right?
Yes.
And he said there were about 7 people on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head and on the back. He said that, correct?
Correct.
He said that he did not know with what they were hitting him, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's not unusual in your experience for a victim of violence to not know what it is that they're getting hit with, correct?
Correct.
Certainly if they're getting hit from the backside, they would just feel the impact, correct?
Correct.
Whether the impact is with open hand or a closed hand, it's just an amount of force that comes there, correct?
Correct.
And at the end of the day, an open hand can cause force just like a closed hand can cause force, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Miu also stated they attacked me and called me a child rapist, right?
Yes.
And then lastly, you noted, just so we're inclusive here, he also said a guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly, correct?
Correct.
He was, in those statements, fair to say in summary, he said he was attacked, right?
Yes.
And then on page 6, you have, there's pictures of heads, correct?
Yes.
And that's again, looking at the front, the back, the left, and the right side of a person's head, correct?
Correct.
So we'll just note, we're just gonna go through that, if I could.
Yes.
And actually, publish that, do you have that page there in front of you?
Yes.
Can I trade with you so I can use the actual exhibit? Permission to publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
We're on page 6.
Okay.
Looks like it's on. So on the top there, on the upper left-hand corner, it asks the questions, injury noted, and you say yes.
Correct.
And then it asks to give a description, and you say an abrasion to the inside of the left cheek, correct?
Correct.
Obviously, you don't know how that happened, correct?
Correct.
It's not unusual in your world for victims of violence to note that they have an injury, correct?
Correct.
And then they might give they might have a specific memory, and sometimes they might just use deduction to try to determine how it is that they got that injury, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes they're accurate, agreed?
Yes.
Sometimes they're inaccurate, correct?
Sure. Yes.
And what he noted is I bit it when I was attacked, correct?
Correct.
You didn't ask follow-up questions to say, did you bite it when someone was punching you in the left side of your face?
No.
You didn't ask that follow-up question.
No, I did not.
Again, and it sounds critical, I didn't mean it to be that way, it's just you're asking a question, you get an answer, and then you kind of move on, correct?
Correct.
At that point, I would imagine there's a fine line between being too invasive, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
You want to be respectful of somebody who may be a victim of assault, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to cross-examine them in that setting, correct?
Correct.
You're not going to follow up with multiple questions to make them relive the trauma, correct?
Correct.
You're going to ask one simple question, correct?
Correct.
And then you're going to note whatever they say.
Yes.
And then moving to the right as we go along, we're looking at the back of the head, and you noted injuries, correct?
Yes.
And that was an abrasion to the posterior head, and you had a measurement of 2 centimeters plus 1 centimeter, agreed?
Correct.
You noted that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you asked the one simple question, and Mr. Miu said, I was hit back there, agreed?
Yes.
Maybe that he was hit by a person, correct?
Correct.
Maybe that he actually hit his head on the ground or something else, some other object that could have caused that injury, agreed?
Yes.
Moving to the bottom of the page. Can I fold this?
Yes, I thought there was
How about I just do this?
enough room. Yeah, that'll work.
There we go. The bottom of the page, we're looking at the left side of Mr. Miu's face, is that right?
Correct.
And what he told you is that a witness, somebody else, had observed blood in his ear, correct?
Yes.
And this is, again, I think you said before, he had said he heard that and he washed it off in the river and looked and he didn't observe it, correct?
Correct.
And that's what you note essentially there, correct?
Yes.
And then on the next one to the right, right? You ask if you observed any injuries, and you didn't, correct?
Correct.
But you note that he says, I was hit on the side of the head, correct?
Yes.
So he's mentioning he's hit to the head multiple times, fair to say? Both to the back of the head, to the right of the
Correct.
head, and maybe on something causing him to bite his cheek on the left side of his head.
Correct.
And then as we move on to page number 7, you do a kind of a full body scan to some degree, correct?
Yes.
And on the back of the body, you made some observations, is that right?
Correct.
And you note those observations then by making a mark on the back where you saw that with your eyes, correct?
Yes.
And then you went through and took photographs of those areas, correct?
Correct.
And that's the photos that we saw here, correct?
Yes.
All right. The photos that you took of Mr. Miu were photos of where you made observations of injuries, correct?
Correct.
Also, if a person in that situation told you, I have an injury in a particular place and you didn't observe it with your eyes, you'd still take a photo, correct?
Correct.
Because at the end of the day, it's not necessarily what you observe, it's like maybe somebody else sees it and I don't, correct?
Yes. Typically, I only take photos of things that I'm measuring, seeing, so I can describe them appropriately.
Sure. But if somebody told you, I got hit in a particular place and I feel pain in a particular place, you might try to document that one way or the other, correct?
Yes.
Even if you don't see it, you'd want to document it. What you see on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what
Yes.
the best way to document that is to take a photograph, correct?
Yes. Typically, if I do not see it, I will document it on the form. I will not necessarily take a photo of it.
Sure. In this case, you took a photo of Mr. Miu's face, correct?
Correct.
And again, that photo in the background, we see the time is at about 9:20, correct?
Yes.
And so if the 911 call was at 3:45 or so in the afternoon, this is more than 5 hours after this alleged event, correct?
Correct.
So 5 hours after whatever trauma it was that Mr. Miu said that he'd been the victim of, correct?
Correct.
And that might impact what state in that trauma he is going through. Agreed?
Agreed.
That's all.
Mr. Smestad?
Nurse Hopkins, you were asked some questions about elevated blood pressure and elevated pulse. Does having a heart bypass cause folks who survive that procedure to have a higher pulse and blood pressure in general, if you know?
That's not my specialty. It certainly can. Generally, a normal pulse is 60 to 90, and Mr. Miu, it was noted to be 91, so just slightly elevated. A general blood pressure, typically heart patients have higher blood pressures, especially when they're on medications. However, it's hard to know if that's typical for heart patients or not because they're so different.
He was on some medications, right?
Yes, it looks like he was on atorvastatin, aspirin, and potassium.
Torvastatin is what type of med?
It's a med for cholesterol.
Just, is that prescribed to folks who have high cholesterol?
Yes, typically.
Does high cholesterol affect your blood pressure, or can it?
It certainly can. Again, that's not my specialty.
Mr. Nelson had asked you about whether Mr. Miu has a twin. You indicated fraternal twin.
Correct.
Do fraternal twins have the same DNA? If you
Not
know.
typically. That's not my specialty either, but
Understood. Mr. Nelson had asked you about Mr. Miu's statement to you that, quote, "the guy pulled a knife on me, I took his wrist and turned it into his belly." Was that something that he volunteered, or was that in response to a question from you, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly where that statement came from. I do know when I was observing the injuries on his knuckles, I did note a couple of statements when I asked him how he got those injuries. I was trying to stop my tube. These happened maybe when they kicked me. I don't know if it was around then. I know I was examining his hands. I don't know if it was when I was swabbing them or noting the injuries when that statement was made.
All right. Oh. Did you end up taking any photos of his hands?
I did not.
Do you know why?
I do not. I wish I would have, but I didn't.
You indicated that as you're examining Mr. Miu, he indicated that he had been kicked.
Correct.
When you were examining Mr. Miu, other than the bite on the inside of his cheek, did he complain of any pain in his face?
No.
All right, nothing further.
Mr. Nelson?
Just want to make sure we've got, I think, 3 brief areas here. One of them is medications. He talked to you about medications, correct?
Yes.
Did he tell you at that time, do you have any knowledge that at that time he was being prescribed Prozoin?
No.
Are you familiar with Prozoin?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Medication to deal with PTSD nightmares?
Okay.
Did he tell you at that point he was using that medication?
No.
Medications are something that a doctor has to give, correct?
Correct.
So you can't just go out and ask for some prescription and you get it, correct?
Correct.
Well, Jack, this is irrelevant.
You asked about
If it's a medication,
Hold on.
was it to you?
Please come up. Next question, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked some questions about what he disclosed about pain. I want to follow up on that, okay?
Okay.
And in your experience dealing with victims of violence, in your experience, sometimes the pain is acute at that time, correct?
Correct.
And sometimes the pain might come later, correct?
Correct.
And some of that might be because of the body's response to the trauma that they suffered, correct?
Correct.
The body might be doing things to protect them from feeling that pain in that moment, correct?
Yes.
And the pain might come later, correct?
Yep.
Not unusual in your world, agreed?
Agreed.
And then lastly, you said he made some statements to you. He made some statements in general about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And then he made some specific statements about the manner in which he thinks it happened, correct?
Correct.
But what we know is in his general statements to you were, I've been a victim of violence, correct?
Correct.
Somebody attacked me, correct?
Correct.
Ask and answer, Judge. We've been down this road.
Sustained.
That's all.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. You are finished. You may step down.
Thank you.
Please see the witness coordinator in the back. She'll tell you where to go next. I'll leave those on the table. Perfect. Thank you. Mr. Smestad, who's the next witness?
I think we're going to be swapping positions here, Judge, if you can give us a minute.
We call Investigator John Schultz.
Investigator, please stand. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so be that?
I do. Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name and spell your last name?
It's John Schultz, last name spelling Shilts.
And how are you employed?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
Can you briefly describe your training and experience for your position?
Again, specifically to investigations, I have attended numerous courses geared towards investigators and detectives.
And are you trained in doing processing digital evidence?
I am.
What other roles have you held at St. Croix County Sheriff's Office?
I started in the jail as a corrections deputy. Then I went to field services where I was a patrol deputy. Some of the extra activities or specialized activities that I've been in include K9, honor guard, dive team, an operator for our ERU team, crisis negotiator, to name a few.
ERU, is that what some places refer to as like a SWAT team?
It is.
And are you the lead investigator on this case?
I am.
How did you end up as the lead investigator?
We have on-call weekends, and I was on call that weekend.
Did you respond to the scene at the Sunrise Bridge?
I did.
When you were there, did you make contact with some of the witnesses who testified?
I did.
And do you recall who you spoke with at the scene?
As far as witnesses that have testified, I spoke with Owen Peliquin, Ryan Nelson, Alex Vang, Madison Cohen, Janelle Duxbury, Quentin Carlson, and I believe that was it.
And was that a in-depth interview or quickly gathering information? How was that?
I was looking just for quick synopsis, name, date of birth, telephone number, and a synopsis.
Were you trying to sort out who actually saw things and who were just bystanders?
I was.
When you made contact with Owen Pelican, Alex Vang, and Ryan Nelson, those were all, they were with Isaac's group?
They were.
Did you notice any signs of intoxication when you spoke with them?
I did not.
Did you notice any slurred speech?
I did not.
Any swaying while they were standing?
No, sir.
And that was on body cam when you were interacting with them?
It was, yes.
Did you get blood or breath samples for BAC for the witnesses you spoke with?
I did not.
Why not?
I had no clues of impairment for any of them.
Did you, you heard you were here for Sally Standard's testimony. Did you collect any buccal swabs?
I did, from Anthony Carlson.
And was that placed in evidence and secured in the sheriff's office?
Yes.
Have you ever been trained that you're supposed to put DNA samples in refrigeration?
No.
There's been some questions of witnesses about, have you seen the video Did law enforcement ever show witnesses the video of the incident prior to interviews?
No.
And did you go anywhere else from the Sunrise Bridge? Let me rephrase. Did you do any more interviews that day?
I did.
And where were those done?
At Regions Hospital.
And who'd you speak with there?
At Regions, I spoke with Quentin Carlson again, Anthony Carlson, Tony Carlson, he goes by, Dante Carlson. I believe that was it that day. I attempted to talk to Riley and AJ, but I couldn't because of their conditions.
As part of the investigation, did law enforcement search the river for evidence?
We did.
Including actually in the water?
Correct.
How was that done?
We utilized our dive team who came over and searched that area.
Did that include metal detectors?
It did.
Did they find any knives?
They did, yes.
And can you describe those?
I can. One was a corroded box cutter and another was a corroded pocket knife.
And when you say corroded, do you mean looked like they've been in the water for a while?
Yes, sir.
Watching the video, part of what you got is the video from Joanne, and then you got individual frames of that video, right?
I did, yes.
And so were you able to, by looking at the total frames compared to the total length of the video, figure out the frames per second for that video?
Yes, it is 24 frames per second, on average.
I want to ask you about Larion Davis. So did you make contact with him on scene of the river?
I did, yes.
And did he mention something about having a video?
He did.
And did you get that video from him?
I did, yes.
And how did that happen?
I asked him to email it to me and he thought it was going to be too big, so he texted it to me.
And did you see it come through in your text?
I did.
Did you, and you were here when it was played in court, that video?
Yes.
And is that the video, is that how you received it?
I believe so.
And did you notice right away that it was all blurry?
I did. After I started to review it, yes, I did.
But right away when he sent it to you, did you notice?
I did not, no.
Did you follow up, did law enforcement follow up with Larion to try to get the original?
We did, yes.
And what was done to try to get the original unblurred version?
It was sent, well, first we recovered his phone. Is that what you're asking? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First we recovered his phone. We learned that Larion's phone had water damage and that it was sent to an Apple facility in Indiana. We acquired a search warrant to obtain that. We did get that. I got the phone back. Part of my duties, I do extractions on electronics to include cell phones, and I was not able to get an extraction from his device. Because I couldn't do that, we also utilized other methods, including search warrants to his cell phone provider, Snapchat, as well as iCloud, in an attempt to get that video.
Were you ever able to get the original video?
We were not.
And did you do anything to see if you could try to get the video enhanced or cleaned up so it would go from distorted to more like how a normal video would look from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I was sent to MOCIC, which is, I believe it's Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center. They offer a lot of resources to a number of law enforcement agencies. They have a lot more resources than most agencies can afford. One of those things that they can do is assist law enforcement with videos, photographs, things of that nature. So I sent it to them.
And did you get back another version of the video?
I did.
Did it look like a normal cell phone video?
No.
Is MOIC
No.
still blurry?
Correct.
And what was the acronym you used?
MOCIC.
MOCIC. Is that also who did the frames for you?
It is.
I'm just going to pull up Exhibit 2 so the jury can see the difference between the two videos. Wrong exhibit. It's going to be 21, Judge.
I had planned to take another break before lunch. I was going to suggest maybe we break now while you're looking at your video.
Sure.
So let's take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back shortly before 11 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
No. This is just...
And welcome back to our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You see there St. Croix County lead sheriff's investigator John Schiltz on the witness stand. I've taken some questions on our social media channels about this investigator being in the courtroom the whole time. He's been sitting next to the prosecution team, including St. Croix County District Attorney Carl Anderson. And by rule, the case lead investigator is allowed to be there, is allowed to take in everybody's entire testimony. The lead investigator has a very specific role once they are called to testify, and that's what you are seeing is the lead investigator will string the entire case together, fill in any holes, explain how evidence was collected, what happened, and typically the very, very end of a state case. I will point out Lieutenant Brandy Hart is one other member of the Sheriff's Office team. Lieutenant Hart did the actual interrogation with Nicolae Miu. We got into some questions there with Miu and the examining nurse. But Miu gave a lengthy description, told his story once he was under arrest at the jail to Lieutenant Brandy Hart. My question right now, and I just don't have the answer, is does Brandy Hart come separately? Because the interrogation is so important. The state feels that Miu lied throughout the interrogation, made up stories about taking the knife off combatants or his attackers that day. And they want to exploit that at this end to show his response to this whole thing. This was not somebody who immediately gave up, who turned himself in, who explained the full story. They feel he lied to authorities and probably contributed to the ultimate charging decision here. With that, I do want to bring in our criminal defense attorney, Marsh Hallberg, Criminal Defense. Marsh, you and I were texting back and forth there. Typically, the lead investigator is the very, very, very end of a state's case. Under these circumstances, do you think Investigator Schultz could be the last witness the state calls?
Boy, I'm surprised by this at this fast a pace on this. Yeah, they might just decide to have this be their cleanup batter, right? They're finished to bring it all in. I know the other investigator did a lot of information and they can try to piece that in, but they've got an awful lot of that in already. And again, I keep coming back to, you've got the video to tell you the story. A lot of the window dressing before and after, they've also been able to fill that in. So they could try to say that's it. And sometimes the state will try to throw off the defense by when they're going to finish, because the court judge could well say, we'll break. If this was the last witness, they could say, we're breaking early for lunch. Defense, be ready to rock and roll here. Come back at 1 o'clock, ready to go. And they may have been thinking they're not on until at least tomorrow.
Let me ask you something we learned this morning. It was from the nurse who examined Nicolae Miu when he is in custody at the jail. She's taking swabs. She's documenting injuries on his body. That she is told in that moment by Miu, she believes it's while looking at his hands for any abrasions, injuries on Nicolae Miu's hands in the aftermath of this fatal encounter. And then she says in her report that he told her, quote, a guy pulled a knife on me. I turned his wrist and twisted it into his belly. Clearly that's not seen in video and no evidence. Is that what took place here? We know it's his knife. We heard in defense openings it was his knife. They're owning it now. How important as a defense attorney like you are to repair some of the damage Miu did to himself, really, when initially confronted by law enforcement? How concerned are you hearing that he told that nurse in that moment something like, I turned the knife on one of these aggressors? Your thoughts?
Yeah, that concerns me greatly, right? This isn't even a cop that he's talking to, right? It's in a medical situation. This nurse is very non-threatening, friendly, accommodating, an environment not to do that. You always try to take the sting out of that. The defense attorney did that in the opening statement, where he just says it, he lied, he panicked, he said things out of context that were wrong, tries to lighten that. Assuming that Miu testifies, which he will, they're going to hit that right on and say, isn't it true that that's not true? And then why did you say that? And they will, again, have worked through that over and over. They'll have asked that to Mr. Miu in practice. Did you say that? Was that a lie? Why did you lie? And he will have his answers for that. And then the defense will get up at the end and say, absolutely, that was not a true statement. He panicked. That's a normal thing to do. You have the video. We'll show you why we think it was reasonable for him to think he was in a life-threatening situation.
What does this case look like without that video?
It's so different, doesn't it, Paul? I mean,
Yeah.
it just comes back to, just think, for all of us that have been watching this, just imagine you were basing your testimony only on what was said on that stand, if there was no video or photographs to tell the story. And it can cut both ways, right? The advantage for the government is they have 5, 6, 7, 8 people that are all going to put a spin on this about it. A madman was charging at them over and over again, and Miu is kind of on a situation where he's kind of on his own. We had the one gentleman testify last Friday about that, but I think the video is, that's the whole case. No, between that and the defendant's testimony, it's the whole case. Because really, and this isn't to minimize at all what the government did. They've done a good job. They put in all the pieces of the puzzle. But then it's going to be the jury wanting to replay and relook at that video over and stop it and look at the photographs.
And Marsh, I don't know if I'd ask you maybe to think about a case you've tried recently. I don't know, we haven't talked about this off camera, whether you've had something where the cell phone video or a video clip is just so critical. How do you feel both sides have done with the screenshots? I remember at the beginning, I think we were told there are 4,800 individual frames. And I think you've seen during witnesses, obviously, there's one photo we have. I don't know if our producer Ryan could call it up quickly, but basically that last frame before the stabbing of Isaac Schumann, we believe we see Isaac's hands around his neck, Miu's neck, and the use of frame by frame, to tell the story, because the video happens fast. It's 3 minutes, 20 seconds. It's all over the place. It's chaotic. It's confusing. But the use of the still frames, has it been effective for both sides? Has one side used it better to their advantage? I'm just wondering sort of what your observations have been thus far.
Yeah, I think they've both done a good job. I think the jury is smart enough. We've all recognized that, where we've seen photographs of people, including newscasters, right, where it's a still frame where we all have a goofy expression or something, an expression that's not consistent with the rest of the video. So, I mean, look at that picture right there. That's a powerful, and the look on Miu at that point, I think, is really good for him. What both attorneys will likely do in closing is they'll put up a photograph like this, and they will hold it up on the screen for a significant period of time, a half a minute, as they talk about it, and just let that image burn into them, and they'll remind them what photo number that is. And then they'll bring up another one, and they'll let it up there, and they'll let it burn into their memory for 30 seconds, a half a minute, and remind them about that. And then those are the ones you want them to make sure that they remember when they go back.
Because you just would not see that in real time at all. The video unfolds so quickly, but to really, for the defense, it's a very powerful photo if you're going to claim self-defense here. Marsh, before my next question, because that photo came in this morning during Owen Peliquin's testimony, I just want to go back. Some of our viewers might have missed him. He is a dear friend of Isaac Schumann. He's on the river tubing with the so-called Schumann group, one of the Stillwater teenagers that's out on the river that day. And then he testified about what he saw, what he witnessed, his observations. And in case you missed him, he was on the stand right around 8 a.m. Let's go back and play a little bit of his testimony. We'll come back and ask you a question about Owen's testimony.
At that point, once these other folks came over, is it fair to say you and your friends were less scared?
Yeah, definitely.
At that point, were you laughing at them?
Yeah, we kind of just thought it was all fun and games at that point, because we thought the adults would handle it.
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, Judge.
Would you repeat your answer?
Sorry, could you ask the question again? Sorry.
Were you less scared? And I think your answer was you were.
Yeah, I was way less scared when I saw the adults. The adults made me feel way more comfortable.
All right. Did Mr. Miu say anything about why he didn't want to leave where you guys were, the area where you were?
He was not speaking.
Were you able to see his face as the blonde lady was yelling at him?
To an extent, yeah. His face was just emotionless, like if you looked at him, it looked like he was looking straight through you.
Did he look scared?
Did I look scared?
Did he look scared?
No, not once. He looked like he was like somehow kind of having fun.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Did you hear Mr. Miu call out for help at any time?
Never.
Now, at some point, as he's talking to the blonde lady, did you see him have a knife?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe how that all happened?
It's kind of blurry, but I just remember we were all in like this, we were all together. And then I just remember like looking at him and then looking down at his hand, and his hand was just gripping a knife. And then, yeah.
You know where he got the knife from?
Yeah, it came out of his right pocket.
All right. Had you seen it in his pocket prior to?
I saw the clip, yeah.
And did you describe the knife to the police?
Yes, I did.
Did you see him take the knife out of his pocket, if you remember?
It's really blurry. I can't really give you an answer.
All we're going to show you some still frames from the video. Okay, pardon me, we're going to play the video. Before that, I have one question. When you saw the knife, did you say something to your friends about the knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, bro, he's got a knife, and I tried to pull some people back.
So, Marsh, hopefully you heard that on your end. I know sometimes our connections aren't great with the playing back of prior testimony, but that was under direct examination. Owen Peliquin, he talked about laughing at him, meaning laughing at Miu. On cross, he would admit that they were taunting Miu. How important are these recollections? I mean, we keep going back that the video is the video is the video, and that's going to show the jury what was going on. But how did you see Owen Peliquin's testimony cutting for the two sides?
Well, again, in that clip, I thought he did a really nice job. I thought he got just too argumentative on cross-examination, that he just didn't want to admit to just the most basics, like that it was taunting. As you recall, they had to show him pictures of that and kind of nudge him or into that direction. So I thought he did a good job. But again, the video, as you just said, and that is what you're going to come down to. If I was a defense attorney, part of what I'd point out again in closing is it's easy for us to sit here for a week or two and just analyze and reanalyze this video and do freeze frames and, tenth of a second by tenth of a second developments. But you have to realize how quickly paced it was, and Miu had to make decisions in a moment.
So critical to hear what Nicolae Miu was thinking in that moment for those seconds, because he doesn't even say anything to the kids for the most part. So there's not even testimony about verbally, that puts us in his mind even close. So Miu's testimony make or break the case as it relates, obviously, the video as well. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, Marsh. We'll see you at lunchtime. We'll go back into Judge Michael Waterman's courtroom in Hudson, Wisconsin. You can see there the parties are standing as this jury comes back into court. Reminder, there are 14 of them, 2 alternate jurors, 12 will ultimately deliberate Miu's fate. We go back to...
All right, we're back on the record with the attorneys, Mr. Miu, and 14 jurors. We are ready to resume. Mr. Anderson, are you ready?
Yes.
Right, go ahead and play it. Investigator Schultz, please retake the witness stand.
Investigator Schultz, so this bottom one, would that be the original video you got from Larry and Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just going to open it up, Judge, and just go through a few frames so the jury can see the comparison.
Yes.
Okay. And this resized one is the one you got from MOCIC?
Correct.
Were there any items that were turned in as found from civilians that turned out to have some connection to the case?
Yes, there was.
Was one of those a cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine the owner of the cell phone?
I was. When I received the cell phone, again, part of my job is doing cell phone extractions. I took the SIM card out of the phone and recognized it as belonging to T-Mobile. So I contacted T-Mobile, provided them with identifying numbers on that SIM card, and I learned the phone belonged to Ariel.
And was another item that was turned in a pocket knife?
Yes.
And can you what brand pocket knife was it?
Tactical Gears.
And was there somebody that was interviewed that described having lost a Tactical Gears knife on that day on the river?
Yes, Mr. Baldozo, I believe is how you pronounce his last name.
Would that be the husband of the nurse, Andrea, who testified?
It would be, yes.
So, are you aware that that Nicolae said in his interview that one of the boys had a kitchen knife?
I am.
And was a kitchen knife located?
Yes.
Where was that located?
At the hideaway?
May I approach?
Yes.
So this is Exhibit 25A, the river map. So the incident is here, kitchen knife was found here.
Yes.
Was there, did you review body cam regarding, for the time that the kitchen knife was found?
I did.
Was it discussed over the radio?
It was.
Was Nicolae in custody at that time?
Yes.
And were the officers around him wearing radios?
They were.
Was there a radio in the squad car when he got placed in the squad car?
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about Madison Cohen. Were you, I think you said Madison Cohen is one of the ones you made brief contact with at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing any injury on Madison Cohen?
I did not.
Were you present for her testimony that when she said the sheriff's office told her that the sheriff's office didn't want a photo of her injuries?
I was.
Is that true?
No.
And had you actually previously made efforts to retrieve the photo that she said she took?
Yes.
What was that?
I did an extraction. I did not do the extraction. I reviewed an extraction from Madison Cohen's cellular device. I also did an extraction and reviewed it on Madison Cohen's mother's device.
Why'd you do her mother's phone also?
I spoke with, or I learned that Madison was not sure if she took the photo or if her mother took the photo. So both provided their cell phones so law enforcement could search them for the photos.
And did you locate any photos during the time frame she said she thought she took it that could have been, or that was consistent with her description?
Not during the time frame, no.
And were there any deleted photos recovered from either phone?
There were not.
And when you do a download, why don't you just explain to the jury how you do a forensic download on a phone?
Sure. So a phone in particular, I'll get the device. There's a lot of different variables, but I'll summarize. We pay for software, and I can plug the phone into a box which goes into our computer, which more or less copies the data on the device and then puts it into a readable format that's user-friendly so we can review the data. It's not uncommon that we don't always get everything, and really there's no rhyme or reason. Even the trainers, when I'm going through all these courses, say sometimes they don't know why we get X and sometimes why we do. Just electronics are electronics. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
When you do a forensic download, and including with Madison's phone and her mother's phone, that includes everything the download's able to pull off the phone?
Correct.
So photos, texts, calls, all those things?
Yes.
And so you testified sheriff's office didn't tell her you didn't want the photos. Were you present for a meeting at the DA's office with Maddie when the photos were discussed?
I was.
And what was Madison Well, did she express some anxiety about deleting the photos?
She did, yes.
And was there an effort to console her?
Yes.
And what was said to her?
Not to worry about the photos.
So she wasn't told you didn't want them, she was told not to worry about it?
Correct.
And that was after you'd already made all these efforts to get the phone that she consented to?
Yes, well after.
So you're the court officer, so you've been present for the trial?
Yes, sir.
And you recall the testimony with Lieutenant Coleman about how, or he got those points for incident locations from you, right?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury how you estimated those circles for the incident location and the group locations?
I can. As stated earlier, I got frame by frames from that MOCIC, which was taken from the original, or one of the videos from Mr. Cockfield. From those frame by frames, I walked out to the river. I would get in generalized locations and review the photos from the video, the frame by frames, to landmarks on shore, which assisted me in getting in the general location of where the person taking the video, in this case Mr. Cockfield, was at specific times.
And do you remember how long you were out there? Was it a half hour or several hours?
It was several hours.
And that you said you're comparing frames to the terrain?
Correct.
Did you walk all along the scene, like from the area of the bridge to that area of the sandbar?
Yes, I wasn't right next to the bridge, but where that grassy area was, where victims were being pulled out, from that area down to the sandbar, yes.
And this wasn't on July 30th, right?
No.
Do you recall when it was?
I went out there on multiple occasions, I believe twice in August and once in September.
And were there any deep spots in the river in that area?
Not really. There was one kind of back by the sandbar, if you would continue going upriver. And then there was one kind of in the area of the bridge towards the center of the river.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
This is marked as Exhibit 89. Can you draw on here? Well, actually, is the bridge on this map?
No.
Okay. So the area by the bridge, would that be above where this map cuts off?
Yes.
And where was you said there's another spot kind of closer to the sandbar?
Where it was deeper?
Yeah.
Yes. Actually, almost right where it says that 155.31 in that general location.
Around here?
Yes, sir.
And the other one would have been?
Up closer to the bridge, yes.
Okay. And how deep?
I could touch the whole time. To my recollection, like my stomach, maybe up to my chest.
And the rest of the areas of that section of the river, what was the depth like from what you recall?
Varied, but not much. Definitely, I shouldn't say definitely. For the most part, it was below my knee. Sometimes it would go up to my thighs.
Lower thigh or upper thigh?
Lower thigh. And depending on where it was, again, like.
Sure. And You said when you're out there, you're taking photos.
I did. I also took photos myself, yes.
Judge, this is Exhibit 84. I'd ask to publish.
Has 84 been received into evidence?
No, I'd move to admit it and then.
Any objection to 84? All right, 84 is received. Go ahead and publish.
I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, I'm ready. So it looks like there's 132 photos. I'm not going to go through all of them with you. So what are we looking at here in the image one?
My back would be to the bridge, kind of near that grassy point where victims were being pulled out, and we're looking upstream.
And I'm just going to go through, this is 2 until we get closer to some 3, 4, 5. I'm just going to keep scrolling. So what are these flags? This is image 13. What are these flags we're seeing?
I used those flags when I had the frame-by-frames. I would mark them, so then we would know where that spot was, and I could continue to the next spot.
And from this is how you came up with those locations on that map, Exhibit 89?
Yes.
Okay. You can take the screen down. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Troffici?
Investigator Schultz, have you had, being the lead investigator in this case, does every report, every interview, everything ultimately work its way across your desk?
No, sir.
Okay. So you don't, if this is fair, you don't see some of the work that other people are doing in the case, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. You, in terms of your background, you are, or have been, involved in the crisis negotiation team?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the SWAT team, right?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair if I said to you, those are situations in your experience, your training and experience, that sometimes involve highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. You were asked a couple of questions regarding the knives that were located in the river.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I do.
And then you had mentioned that a civilian, I think you mentioned, a civilian had located a knife that had belonged to a Robert Baldozo. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, as the lead investigator, Robert Baldozo's kind of involvement in this case?
I do, yes.
Okay. Do you know when that knife, because Mr. Baldozo lost the knife, to be fair, on that day, right, on the 30th?
Yes.
He lost it in the river going to that scene. Is that right?
I don't believe so, sir.
You don't believe that he had pulled his knife out and was running over to the scene and then fell and dropped it?
I've watched a lot of the body cam, and I'm not trying to be argumentative.
You're not?
I think he said at one point he thought he pulled it out, but in the body camera footage, you can actually see it clipped like in the back of his swim trunks. So I'm not sure when It was lost. I apologize.
No, but he's saying it was lost on that day, right?
Yes, sir.
Going to, or as he's moving toward that incident, right?
I believe he said he wasn't sure when he lost it. If there's a report, I could review it, but.
No, that's okay. I'll talk to him about it.
Okay.
You also mentioned that in your, I guess, training and experience, these clips and videos that we're watching, just so I understand it, when we go through these stills, 24 of those consecutive stills equals 1 second in time. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And I want to ask you some questions about your duties or your responsibilities on the 30th of July.
Yes, sir.
And on the 30th of July, you're wearing, as this is going on and you arrive on the scene, you're wearing a body camera. True?
Yes.
You make contact with, I think you said, I'm not saying in which order, but you make contact with Owen Poliquin, Ryan Nelson, and Alex Vang, right?
Correct.
Okay. Do they ever mention to you that they have information that he was looking for little girls, Mr. Miu?
I do not believe they did.
Okay. You then have contact with Ms. Cohen. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had contact with her, I think, 2 times, maybe briefly, but 2 times, right?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And she's providing you some information as to what had happened, right?
Correct.
And how long, I don't know if I heard this, how long have you been an officer?
I don't recall the exact dates. I've been employed by St. Croix County for 16 years this month. 3 of that was in dispatch, 3 was in the jail, the rest field services.
Okay, so for a substantial period of your career, you're out trying to investigate alleged criminal behavior, right?
Yes.
Okay. And with what you know at that point about what's going on, you're looking at Madison Cohen as you're talking to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. Having been a law enforcement officer for the length of time that you have, if you had noticed something on her face which was consistent with what she was telling you, would you note that?
Yes.
Okay, so if I said to you, Investigator Schultz, somebody punched me in the face. If I had physical injuries that were consistent with that, you'd write that down, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would you, in some situations, photograph that?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't see on either one of your contacts with her on that day anything on her face that supports the claim that she was punched, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember her testimony saying that her eye was puffy? Do you remember that?
Vaguely, I believe, yes.
Okay. You didn't see that, did you?
No.
Do you remember she also mentioned that the next day she had like some yellow, almost like bruising? Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't remember her saying that. If you're telling me she did, I believe you.
No, she says, any bruise? The question was, any bruise? She said a little yellow.
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you say to people in this particular case, do you say to Ms. Cohen, look, if something shows up later, if a physical injury shows up later, capture that for us, we'd like that?
I don't recall what all I said, sir.
Okay, but was that something that you might do in these type of cases where a physical injury may appear later?
Yes.
Okay. And you know, if this is fair, at some point, there is an attempt to get a photograph or an alleged photograph off of her phone, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me this? You are You are a forensic examiner of cell phones.
Correct.
All right. And you didn't do the extraction on her phone, but you reviewed it, right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell me, is there a difference in, when you do these extractions, between allocated and unallocated space?
Yes, unallocated is just like deleted space.
Okay, so if I'm on my phone looking at some website or some video or something, and I click off that, does that go into unallocated space?
It could be cached. I guess I'm not certain if it goes into unallocated or not. I apologize.
Is it, in your experience, your training and experience, is it more difficult to locate things in allocated or unallocated space?
It's easier to locate if it's not deleted, yes.
Okay. And you agree, well, let me ask you this. The reason you do these downloads sometimes in law enforcement is you're looking specifically in some situations for things people delete off of their phones, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you can get a bunch of stuff sometimes off of deleted images or videos or text messages, things like that, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Yeah, okay. And in your review of what you saw on the document review of Madison Cohen, there's no photograph recovered, correct? We know that.
Correct. During that time frame when she said it was taken, correct.
And there's nothing in that document review or that report that indicates that there was a photo that had been deleted either, right?
Correct. There showed no deleted photos on either examination of Madison Cohen or her mother's phone.
And I think Madison, I don't disagree with what you're saying, I think Madison also had said that she might have actually texted that picture to her mother. Do you remember that?
Yes, or vice versa.
Okay. And that's the reason that you want to look at mom's phone, is to see, well, there could be this text that went through. So even if Madison deleted it, we can get it from mom, right?
And there was, I don't have the right word. Neither was certain which one took it either. So we weren't sure if mom took it or Madison took it. But yes, that was part of it as well.
Okay. And you do the forensic examination for Madison Cohen's mother's phone?
Correct.
Okay. And if I word this incorrectly, let me know.
Yes, sir.
No photograph that was in her, well, I'm going to say like saved images, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I have photos on my phone of my children and things like that.
Yes, sir.
Nothing in that area that you could just access by kind of swiping through, right?
I'm sorry, I don't
relates
understand.
to Madison's picture of her face.
Correct, yes.
And nothing in her deleted images which would support the claim that either she took the photo or Madison sent her the photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I know that you said in some situations, sometimes we just don't get images, right?
Yes.
But that would have to happen in both of these cases then, right?
Yes.
You agree that you would never say, or you didn't say to Madison Cohen, I don't need that photo, it doesn't matter. Right?
Correct.
Okay, you would, in a case like this, you guys, when I say you guys, law enforcement, you wanted every piece of evidence you could get, right?
I can. And can I correct myself in my last one or just clarify? If she told me she had a photo, yes, I would want that. Maybe being empathetic and saying it's okay, don't worry about it, yes. But no, if there was a photo, yes, we would want it.
Sure. So when she said, I told them I have a photo, and they said, don't worry about it, that's not something you would say, right? Like,
We did say don't worry about it, but we didn't say that we did not want it, if that's what you're asking. I'm sorry.
No, you would, in a homicide case, You would want all the information that you could possibly get your hands on, right?
Correct, yes, sir. Sorry, I misunderstood you.
Oh, you're good. Did you ever, and I don't know if this is possible, this MOCIC,
Yes.
do they have the ability to get information off of phones that you don't?
I asked them, and actually this is where I learned, it got compressed. I didn't know that could happen. And they said there's nothing else that they can do besides the resize of the video. So no, they couldn't do anything more than I did.
Okay, so as it relates to looking for the information on Madison and Madison's mother's phone,
Yes.
you giving that to this organization that has more resources, that wouldn't have been useful? I'm just asking.
I don't know if they take phones. They might. I assume that they use the same Celebrite and or Axiom, Magnet Axiom that we use, but I don't know, sir.
Okay. You were asked questions about when you saw Owen, Ryan, and Alex, if you ever tested their alcohol level or asked for a test. You remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you've heard, for example, Owen testify that he was drinking beer and doing shots of alcohol and using marijuana, right?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not being critical, it's more of a background question. You would agree drinking and using drugs may impact a person's ability to accurately perceive what's going on, right?
Yes,
Okay. And it can also impact their ability to just recall it too, right?
it can.
Okay. And you know, or you've heard by sitting at trial, all of these people admit that they had been drinking. Some admit they've been drinking and using marijuana, right?
I believe with the exception of Sheena, I think she said she was not drinking.
I meant the boys.
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's okay. And do you think it would be knowing, I'll ask it this way, bad question. Do you know what Isaac Schumann's alcohol concentration was?
I don't recall. I can estimate, but I don't recall exactly what it was.
You know, well, I'll ask it to you this way. You know that he was illegally intoxicated, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that he was well above the legal limit, right?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be helpful for you to know if those boys were also above the legal limit and highly intoxicated when you took those statements?
It could be, as we talked about earlier, it could have an impact on what they said.
Okay. If those boys would have said to you that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls, would you have noted that somewhere?
Yes.
Okay, because we throw this word around, you've heard this word pedophile thrown around over and over. You take that seriously, right?
Yes. The majority of the crimes I investigate involve crimes against children.
Right, so if somebody says to you, investigator, this guy's talking about looking for little kids based on your background, you'd be interested in that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree, nowhere in any report that you prepared do you document or indicate that they ever mentioned to you that he was looking for little girls. True?
I'm not trying to be argumentative again. Them specifically, no, but other people told me that they said that, so I documented it in my reports. But the boys specifically, no, sir.
Right. Well, you've heard the testimony in this case. You heard Owen Peliquin today said that Mr. Miu told him that, right?
Yes.
Owen Peliquin never told you that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So can you tell me, based on your training and experience, both as a hostage kind of negotiator and as a SWAT team, member of the SWAT team, would you consider what happened here to be a highly stressful event?
Yes.
Okay. And your training and experience, if this is fair, tells you that people react differently in highly stressful events. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Have you sounds like you have been in multiple times in your professional life in highly stressful events?
Correct.
Okay. And you might react differently than another officer might react, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in these highly stressful events, have you, through your training and experience, seen situations where people's bodies react to the highly stressful event? Do you know what I mean by that?
No, sorry.
Okay. Do you know, or has it been your experience that sometimes people might, as you've heard, go white, where their body reacts to a highly stressful event? Have you seen people go pale in highly stressful events?
I'm sure I have. I can't recall, but I'm sure I have.
Have you seen them become quiet, kind of almost catatonic?
Again, I'm sure I have. I just can't think of a specific time.
Wide-eyed?
Yes.
Okay. And does your training and experience tell you that those are things that their body is just doing, right? Their body is getting wide-eyed, or they're getting white, or things like that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I don't know that I understand it all the way.
Don't apologize, investigator.
Okay.
You're doing fine. Can I ask you, you were asked some questions about the river and the depths of the river and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you would agree, to be fair, you can drown in calf-deep water, right?
Potentially, yes.
Right. So, especially if you get knocked unconscious, you can drown in 6 inches of water, right?
I would suspect so, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is you had talked about different areas of the river where you were kind of maybe up to your shoulders or up to your chest or up to your waist. You don't need to be in that deep of water if you're unconscious to drown.
Correct.
So when Mr. Miu was, I think you heard the testimony, they're asking him to walk downriver, right? That's what you heard for the testimony?
I believe it's all angles, but mostly downriver, especially initially with Ms. Cohen, I believe.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get it right. They want him, according to the testimony, they want him to walk this way, the way the arrow's pointing, right?
At some points, yes.
Okay, and did you hear Mr. Miu say that at some points there the river is a little bit deeper than where he was standing?
Did I hear him say that? No, sir.
You didn't hear that on, Coleman said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question with Coleman?
Coleman said that the river, at various points as you move downriver, becomes deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is that true? The direction that they were pointing him to walk, the water would have been deeper, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, as a lead investigator, were you the officer who prepared the information for the crime lab regarding DNA on what was to be swabbed and where it was to be swabbed?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know who did that?
I don't. I'm sorry.
I'm done, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
You're asked about deleted photos. When you did these forensic downloads of the phones, was it more common to find deleted photos or not find deleted photos?
It's more common to not find the deleted photos than it is to find them.
And you were asked about Roberto Baldazzo and his statement that he had thought he dropped it while running up to aid some stabbing victims. Do you recall that question?
I do.
And you said that you saw a body cam of him with the knife in his shorts. What was he doing at that point in the body cam?
Providing aid to Isaac.
And prior to July 30th, 2022, had you ever seen Madison Cohen before?
No.
So you didn't have any sort of frame of reference for what her cheeks or what she looked like before that?
Correct.
Exhibit 51. It's a flash drive. Just because our map is cut off there and you're asked about the spot by the bridge, I want to pull up Lieutenant Coleman's presentation. I'll let the clerk know when I'm ready. All right, can we have the screen, please? Is the spot where it got deep, close to the bridge, visible on that image on the right?
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm following.
Can you draw on your screen if the judge can enable it where you call that deep spot being that was near to the bridge?
Where it gets deeper, yes.
Yeah.
And to the best of my recollection, can I use it on the regular one or do you want it on Lieutenant Coleman's drawing?
I guess either.
Right in that area there.
Okay. And just for the record, Judge, this is slide 13 of Exhibit 51. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Trofasi?
Do you ask Madison Cohen why she would possibly delete a photograph in a case like this?
We did, yes.
You did?
But I guess I don't know if we asked, but she made a statement that it was causing her anxiety. She didn't want to think about it. That's possibly why she deleted the photos.
Okay. And in terms of what you observed when she came out of the water, you've heard in this courtroom far more detail about kind of how this went down than you did that day, right?
Yes.
Right, so, I mean, you heard Madison Cohen get on the witness stand for however long and testify about what had occurred, right?
Correct, yes.
You've heard other people explain what they observed between Mr. Miu and Madison Cohen as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard that this 248-pound man threw a hook, by some people's estimation, threw a hook to this girl's face and knocked her down, right? You've heard that.
I guess projectile relevance with this witness. I don't know what he can answer about what
I'm gonna
said.
Well, overruled. I mean, it was said in court.
You've heard that, right?
Yes, some have said that.
Okay. And you didn't see a single mark on her face based on that, did you?
I did not see a mark on her face, no, sir.
That's it, Judge. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, investigator. You can
Yes,
step
Judge.
down. It is 11:45. This is probably the best place to break for lunch. So we'll break a little bit early. We'll reconvene at 12:45. Please take the jury out.
All rise for the jury.
Another good morning from the Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial over there in St. Croix County Circuit Court, Hudson, Wisconsin. We have taken our lunch break. I know the judge excused the jury at this moment, thinking 11:45. It's a little early. That would be the best time to take a break. We're just kind of keeping an eye on the camera court feed as sometimes the two sides and the judge discuss what to look forward to this afternoon, who might be left, how close the state is, frankly, to wrapping up their case. It's that was just the chief investigator on the case, John Schultz, as some of you have been with us throughout. He's been in that courtroom every step of the way, sitting right next to District Attorney Carl Anderson and his team. He is allowed to do that. The chief investigator has a very specific role in a case like this, where they come in at the very end to answer questions, to tie the state's entire case together, also to fill in any loose holes that might need explaining. In that testimonies went back and forth. I think about the depth of the river. The defense had some questions about, what points. It sounds like Investigator Schultz went into the river a couple of times and noted depths, and that at some point it got a little bit deeper, and defense making a point that someone can drown in 6 inches of water if they are knocked unconscious or otherwise unconscious. So we heard about that. We also heard about a couple of other knives that were found in the river in the immediate aftermath during the police investigation. One, a kitchen knife found in another location, and that Miu would subsequently tell investigators that one of the kids had a kitchen knife, but it sounds like no one believes that was otherwise connected to the deadly encounter. And then, as you know, the nurse, Baldazzo, Andrea Baldazzo, her husband lost his knife during the incident, and you heard the questioning there about, did he lose it running to the scene? Did he lose it afterwards? We just don't know, but law enforcement did recover 2 knives. With that, I am told our criminal defense attorney and legal analyst, Marsh Hallberg, is back with us.
Welcome back to the J is for Justice streaming center. We're going to watch some Eclipse fun. Eclipse fun, guys. This thing's supposed to be the crest at 3 p.m. here. Hold on. Let's get this up here. Coming up at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the Eclipse live show, whatever the hell that is. Oh my God. So YouTube is deleting y'all's comments? Is it? Is it acting funny? It's sunny. It is so sunny here right now. Hold on. Clear blue sky. Let me see. Let me look at the sun. No, it looks pretty full here. Ryan Apple Snapple, thank you for your Cash App. And also, I have another thank you to, I think it's Miss Lisa. Let me double check. Ryan, thank you. Ryan always buys me lunch. He's so sweet. Yes, it would be Lisa Luptak. Thank you so much, guys. Okay, let's see here what's going on. Let's see if we got any audio on this thing. Nope, just regular. Okay, so Niagara Falls, we got Mexico, we have Cleveland. They're at a ballpark now in Cleveland. And Mesquite, Texas. What's up, Ann? Oh, here, look at 1 o'clock, NASA. We are all over it, man. We are all over it. We're going to watch the telescope feed. We are going to watch this. I'm ready for an eclipse party. Who else? Get your Diet, get your Coke Zeros. It's time to see a big nothing burger. I'm telling y'all, I saw this eclipse back in 2017. There ain't nothing to it. Look at the people in Niagara Falls. Look at the people in Niagara Falls. That guy has a selfie stick. This is insane. I can't even believe this. We don't have any audio though. These people better be careful on the edge of that river. Damn. We're going to see some NASA telescope action pretty soon here. Look at Mexico. They are ready for it. Sunny AF. They got umbrellas and shit, but they're there for the eclipse. Stephanie, it's so funny. You can serve Oreos to look like the sun at different stages. That's cute. I mean, hey, at least people are out, having a good time, getting out of the house. I mean, I'm all for that. Look at that dude's hair in Mesquite, Texas. Damn. These people are all here for it, though. Scott H is cheap flirting. I'll take it any day. You can't put a price tag on that flirting, Scott H.
Fuck directly off.
No, I did not, Ryan Apple Snapple. My friend drove 8 hours to camp out in a packed RV park to watch this shit. It's been booked for 2 years. Carly, it's so funny. I can't wait to see all these people looking up, going with their glasses on. What the fuck? It's so funny. Oh my gosh, Karchi, that's amazing. She says, oh, Jay, I was watching Mean Girls because it showed as new episodes on my HBO and forgot you were in the second episode. Heard your voice in the intro and was like, oh my God, that's my girl. That's awesome. That is so crazy. Look at these people. See, they're starting to look up. Before we know it, everybody's going to be looking up. That's Mexico. They're getting it first. Look at them. There they go. They're starting to look. Look at this dude's got like binocular glasses. Stop it. You were dropping your best lines and I missed that. That is a shame. Meg P states they have been preparing for this one for years. I guess so. But wait, they're going to start looking up. They're going to start taking pictures with their cameras and everything. I did miss them, Scott. It's going to be wild when everybody's looking up at the same time. Like, what? With these glasses. All right, we've got NASA starting shortly. Let's see. They're live, but they have not begun the telescope feed yet. Back to the party. The movie Independence Day, everybody looking up at the alien ship. I know we do, Karchi. We really do. We will. That'll be our goal this year. I can't with these people in their glasses. I have a pair of glasses here on Abe. North American Eclipse glasses. Oh, we can hear Mexico now. We're going to listen to Mexico and we're going to watch them see the eclipse. Watch.
Una muy buena imagen de Mazatlán para que estos turistas regresen y vean todas las bondades que tiene este puerto.
Qué bonito, y qué bonito también, pues justamente como les decía al principio, que nos haya recibido Mazatlán tan bonito.
These people are so excited.
Yo también les quiero agradecer a los
They're screaming,
por recibirnos, por estar también en esta parte de la organización como casa.
Okay, let me grab the glasses. Hold on.
Esto, al final de cuentas, es para todas las personas que estamos aquí. ¿A poco no, chicos? Sí.
De verdad, el Eclipse es un evento que les aseguro van a recordar por el resto de su vida. Así vivan 20, 30 o 40 años más, van a recordar qué estaban haciendo el 8 de abril de 2024. Así que compartan esto con su familia, abrácense, quiéranse, recuerden esto es una fiesta y guarden este recuerdo porque el próximo eclipse pues vamos a tener que esperar más de 300 años para que vuelva a pasar aquí en Mazatlán. Así que bueno, ya no nos va a tocar, pero este es el momento para estar aquí.
Muchas gracias, David. Gracias, Chris. Continuamos ahora con un vals cósmico. Ustedes lo recordarán de la película 2001, Odisea del Espacio.
Look, Annie. This is for you, Annie. With the money. I'm gonna go outside and look at the sun and see if they work too. Hold on. And you are hilarious. Hold on, I can't get them on with my damn headphones. Hold on. Gotta put these on first. I won't be able to see shit. They're very dark. Okay, I can't see anything through them. I can't even see the light out the window. I can't see anything. But they say North American Eclipse. Look. I do. I have the glasses. Do you want to know how I got them? What's so funny how I got them? So, you know how I started the P.O. box? They were sent to the last business that had my P.O. box. So I was special because the last business that had my P.O. box got an Eclipse package. It was a whole packet. And they say made in USA. Look, it's a miracle. Look, can you see that? Made in the USA. That is something. Missy. Missy. The music they're playing. It's like classical. They got a whole ball field open for this one. Oh, there's the telescope. This is Kerrville, Texas. It's a toot toot. Doo 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 doo. Listen. Hey, Mr. Quinn. This is the telescope view. Wait for it. The music. Humans are so odd. They're playing that song. Turn around, bright eyes. Look at the lady at the bottom right in Mesquite. I feel like Meg P for real. Let's see what's going on with the telescope. Wait, look at the ball field. They're dancing. Look at the big world on the ball field. That must be the live Eclipse show starting at 1:30. They're practicing. Emily. I just looked at this. I should go outside and look with mine. I haven't used them yet. Blinded by the light. Zoomer. It is insane. Here comes the sun, little darling. All right, here's the telescope view again. Emily, I'm gonna go outside with mine in a second. Yeah, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. So I'm thinking it's going to hit first in Mexico, so they're going to be the ones that are looking up first. When is this? This thing is supposed to peak at what, 3? What happened, Karchi? What message? You guys getting deleted by YouTube? So in another 20 years, we'll get another one. I'll be 70 when the next one hits. That's weird to think about. Do you think I'll be sitting in this chair when I'm 70? Where will I be at 70? It's scary. Oh, look. Someone took a bite out of it. It's happening. It's really happening in Mexico. Look. Oh, boy. We need a dual screen here. We need to get this over here. And then I know we're watching a trial, but we're on break for an hour. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like this. Just for lunchtime. There we go. Then we're going to move. The telescope. There we go. How's that, guys? You won't miss a beat here. Jay at 70 will be the same, but your dreadlocks will be silvery white. Think I'll still have them. I'll have a new chair. I'll be in a Jetson. I'll be in a Jetsons chair. Probably I'll have a little remote where I can float around. Scott H., you give me a total eclipse of the heart, Jay. Oh. A man after my heart, Scott H. Oh, wait, look it. It came back full again? What? How did it have a bite out of it and now it's full? Oh, wait, are they skipping around to different places? I'm so skeptical. Kerrville, Texas. Okay, that was Mexico. All right, they're switching the telescope view, just so you know. And new headphones. You've been trying to send a super chat and it won't let you? Thank you, Susie, for trying. I don't know what's going on with YouTube today. People are saying it's acting wonky. Okay, Mexico, the bite is back. They're going to start looking up too, guys, because... Ooh, now we got sound from Niagara Falls. We got Carbondale, Illinois. Niagara Falls, New York. Cleveland is the ball fields. And Mexico up in the top left corner. Someone's finger was in the shot. Oh, now we're back in Mexico. Which party would you want to attend if you could attend one of those 4 parties? Even though I wouldn't want to go to Mexico, the Mexican one looks the most fun. The Mexican one looks fun. And then number 2 would be Niagara Falls, because I've never been to Niagara Falls. And then number 3 would be Cleveland, I guess. And then number 4 for me would be Carbondale. You guys remember when that kid in Carbondale that went to that college got in a fight, went off in the woods and died? Can't remember his name. Junction, Texas. Why is it white in Texas? Look at the guy in the green. Chug a lug, dude. Day off. Chugging some beers, watching the eclipse in Carbondale. People were saying the nocturnal animals would be out and confused. Junction, Texas. The Exploratorium. I can't see ish. What is that little thing on the... What is that? A fly? Is that a fly? Keg stands. Trillions of cicadas this year. I've never even seen a cicada. Thank you for subscribing, AD. I think we're looking at a fly on a telescope in Junction, Texas. Oh, now that's Junction, Texas. It just changed. I don't trust any of that. Do you guys? Mike? Like, what exactly are we looking at here? What is this? Cicada? I don't know how to say it. What is John Cicada? Olive? Fuck off. John Cicada. Oh, you all suck. All right, I'm going to go outside and see if I can look through these glasses for Emily. I'll be right back. Don't get too excited while I'm gone. Okay, they work, but it has to be clear. So I saw the moon, I saw the sun, and it was orange like it looks through the telescope. Cicada. Oh, cicada. So Emily, if you have clouds, you're not going to see it. But if you put those glasses on and you look at the sun, you'll see, like, the sun. It's just like a dark orange. Mexico's getting a little bit darker. People still have umbrellas up, though. Look at the side-by-side telescope view in Junction, Texas. What is that? Yeah, it looks like a dark orange. Because the glasses are so dark, it makes the sun appear just like it does right there in that telescope view. But my sun was completely round and full. People booked this years out, and there's millions of people traveling for this, or that have traveled. summer. Okay, you can see in the bottom. Wait, hang on. Let me move this telescope. We're going to move the telescope over here. There we go. Waka Waka. It's Pac-Man. That's Mexico. I gotta ask though, does anyone ever look straight at the sun? Oh, I'm sure. She got a special lens for her camera, Franny. And how long does it last? Not long. It doesn't last long at all. Like I said, in 2017, we did a picnic for it. And I was like, I thought it was gonna get dark, you know, like in Alaska when they have dark for days. I thought it was going to be like all nighttime, but it wasn't. It wasn't anything close to being like nighttime. So keep an eye on Mexico. They're the ones that are going to get it first. It looks like it's about a quarter of the way there. They said here in Tampa at 3 p.m. it would be 65% covered, 65% of an eclipse. Turn around, Myron, every now and then I get a little bit anxious and you never come around. Turn around. It's all quiet now. They're not even playing music anymore. Serious. Everybody's got to look. It's not cloudy here. It's actually all blue sky. But I'm having some bad luck today, you guys. If you could just send me some good vibes. I need some good vibes today. I need things to go my way today. If you could send me some good vibes. Was it loud? That was a cool video, Island. Island put a video last night. She lives right by Cape Canaveral. And she put a rocket launch. She sees it right from her house there. That was amazing. Super cool. Island is super cool. She's our super cool chick. Thank you, Terry. I'm thinking of good vibrations. It's giving me excitations. Yeah, I just need something to go my way today. It does look like Pac-Man now, though. You guys are gonna get all these songs in my head. Good vibration. She give me excitation. Thanks, guys. Send those good vibes my way. I need them. I'm receiving them. I am receiving them. Ooh, fairy dust. I'm all for it. I'm receiving it. I feel it. Put the umbrellas down. You're at an eclipse. Waka waka. Oh my God. We are showing our age with Waka Waka, are we not? Put a 1 in chat if you know who says Waka Waka. Thank you, Olive. Received. Na, 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 na. It is getting a little dark in Mexico. Na, 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 The cell towers are down in Kerrville. Na, 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 na. I forgot what I told y'all to put a 1 for. Uh-oh, I got a surprise from Streamlabs. From Streamlabs merch. Na, 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 na. Tell me which party you guys would want to attend. Mexico, Niagara Falls, Carbondale. Ooh, look it. I know, Myron, I'm a mess today. Nice. Ugh is an emotion. New coffee cup. Holla. Living la vida loca. Olive, this is what you won on the Wheel of Friday last week. I love it. It's glossy black. Made in China. Mexico for the win. Yeah, me too. Lisa M says Niagara. One-Eyed Flo says Niagara. Annie says, I'm staying home. I'll watch it on JS for Justice. So does Scott. Scott's like, I'll just watch on JS for Justice. It's safer that way. Do you guys like the mug though? Get yours in the merch store. I think they're only 13 bucks. Very nice. They come packaged very nice, so they're not broken. Streamlabs is a boss. I have like a really nice merch store, you guys, if you haven't checked it out. We should have Eclipse 2024 shirts. Special edition. Okay, so what is the deal with this? They still have umbrellas up. I'm confused. Punani Queen will have to model her hoodie. Yes, Punani Queen was sent a hoodie by Mega, which is so nice. Too cloudy in East Tennessee. Mandy, I'm shocked Kerrville even has cell towers. I don't even know where Kerrville is. If there's people there watching, oh, there's Kerrville. If there's people there watching the eclipse, though, the towers might be overloaded. Remember Pac-Man, Waka Waka? I want to see what this live show is at 1:30. Three o'clock here in Tampa. It's supposed to be 65%, and that's the most we're getting. So I'll take my glasses out then and look. Right now, there's nothing. Rainy and cloudy in Kingston, Tennessee. We got a lot of East Tennessee. Dude, Karchi, I would blow you away in Pac-Man. You don't wanna duel me in Pac-Man. Or Ms. Pac-Man. Karchi, I'll duel you in an arcade Pac-Man game where you sit I want to, those are the, remember those ones where you sat down and played against each other? Like, you sat opposite? Mexico beer is cheap. This is just crazy. It still looks sunny AF in Mexico. Just saying. Reba and Melissa, are you guys like sisters or sister-in-laws, mom and daughter? Mandy. Oh, Myron, that's sweet. Yeah, they're in Kerrville. How hot is it here? 80. But there's a nice breeze. Oh, you're married. Aw. Yay! The Wigglies. We have the Wigglies. I love it. Thanks for being here, Wigglies. Zoomer, that sounds so cool. I want an old Atari with all the cartridges. I used to have that. They're in San Antonio. There's a lot of Texans and Tennesseans here. Tomorrow we have Crumbly's sentencing, though. That's going to be pretty amazing. She's the one that put you on the channel. Aw, thank you, Melissa. You're awesome. Melissa got Reba hooked. No, Carlin, I'm not sharing my mug, she said. We are getting close. Do we need a sub count? Let's do a sub count. It wouldn't be the same Atari, though. You got to get, go to a flea market and get the actual one. $99,569. The show should be starting in about 2 minutes. Welcome. Hey, Helen, what's up? I don't know if they're going to do it together, but both of their dockets say 8:30. I just got your text, Mandy. Oh my God. Oh, look. It's still sunny in Mexico, and look it's almost halfway there. Karchi has a meeting, but an earbud in. We should fuck with Karchi while she's in her meeting and make her laugh. Uh-oh, she said Carlin. She means business. All right, Karchi. No one's wearing their glasses in Mexico. How can you have a meeting when there's an eclipse? Your meeting should have been canceled.
Hello and welcome everyone, wherever you are tuning in from today. Thank you for joining the Associated Press for our live stream of the 2024 North American Total Solar Eclipse. I'm Kyle Viterbo, AP Health and Science correspondent. And over the next few hours, the AP is going to be your virtual guide, providing live footage from across North America as the moon blots out the sun. We're bringing you the views underneath and above the clouds from Mexico in the coastal city of Mazatlan, around the U.S. in Eagle Pass and Mesquite, Texas, Hot Springs, Arkansas, Carbondale, Illinois, Cleveland, Ohio, and along the U.S.-Canada border at Niagara Falls. We'll also...
Okay, I can't. I can't. This is so weird. Look at the line. This is ludicrous. You had to sign a permission. No, you didn't. Are you joking? Mandy, are you joking? You guys, has anybody tried to use J4J411.live today? I'm just wondering if it works. I updated my Stripe account, so it should be working. Oh, I know, Mandy. It's horrible. Butt injections. There's Mexico, and it's sunny. People still need their umbrellas. All right, we have audio there again. Somewhat.
Experiencing totality.
Why wouldn't they go outside?
Okay. We're on hold. All right, we're going to have a look at Mazatlan, Mexico to see how the spectators are faring down there.
They're faring by sitting in the sun. These people are going to be severely disappointed. Why is it so quiet? Oh, here we go. So it's halfway there and it's still sunny AF. See that? It's so people-y, I know. They don't want to risk the kids looking at the sun. That's why our kids are such wussies, man. Oh, we gotta close school because there's gonna be an eclipse. We can't be responsible. They should be teaching about the fucking eclipse, not sending them home. Redonkulous. Look at how sunny it is there. These people are going to be so disappointed.
Los lentes, exacto. Los lentes es... ¿Qué lentes? Los certificados, exactamente.
If you still need an umbrella and it's halfway there, it might not be that big of a deal. Your district is teaching about it and then sending them home to see it.
La Sociedad Astronómica Mazatleca es como la sociedad que nos está recibiendo en la casa. Entonces,
we learned this about this shit at school. We watched this shit at school.
Están aquí porque muchos de ellos.
Hello again, everybody. Now, joining me to talk about the top stories for today's solar eclipse, plus all things space, is AP aerospace reporter Marcia Dunn.
All right, I have to put the kibosh on this.
First of all,
I have to put the kibosh on that. Let's see if we've got anything else going on here.
of the eclipse.
Great. Okay, this is our last question, and then we're actually going to cut to a live feed from Mazatlan. Can my 3-year-old watch it using the regular eclipse glasses?
As long as you make sure, I mean...
We use cereal boxes.
Spacing of the glasses isn't too wide for their eyes. And you must make sure
every
the
kid
filters
should
cover
be in
the eyes.
school.
But then it's perfectly fine.
I did see a really cute little thing on YouTube, a crafts project where you could mount the eclipse glasses onto a paper plate to cover more of their face, which is something to think about. That might add
Are
protection.
you
Well,
kidding?
the main thing is the spacing. If their eyes are closer together than your eyes, which I think little kids' eyes are
maybe,
closer together, then the adult glasses might not fit.
Yeah.
The important point is to make sure the filters that you look black are covering her eyes, and then it's fine.
Okay, great. I am so grateful to you for your time, Professor David Helfand from Columbia University. Your insight and your personal stories have really made this so fun for me. I hope
I don't have it anymore,
you'll
Mega.
Come back for our next big solar event.
Celestial event.
Celestial event, thank you.
Well, it's been my pleasure entirely. Thank you.
All right, let's go to the live
Great.
event. Someone just said in that chat, this is a Fortnite event. What does that mean? This is redonkulous. I can't even believe this. Everybody's live.
Even if you're not, you're still going to see quite the show with a partial eclipse visible from nearly everywhere in the United States. But some folks are going to see it a little better than others. If you're in cities like Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, and Buffalo, totality will last just about 4 minutes. During those minutes of totality, you might actually notice a slight temperature drop, and you may even see a little difference in behavior from some nearby wildlife. The mesmerizing moments.
Come on.
Hopefully the clouds stay as far as we're. I'm trying to talk, but it's just not working. Hopefully the clouds stay away. That's all I'm going to say. Hopefully the clouds do stay away. I don't be able to seem to form a sentence longer than that.
This is so dumb. Okay, it's halfway there and they're still in the sun. Let's go back to the AP, I guess. Even though everybody's live with us. I'm looking for the eclipse parties. Oh, we got these guys in space talking about it. Look. Floating around
on the atomic wave experiment
in their fake capsule with no
atmospheric gravity waves impact our Earth's climate, how it can impact our space and global and.
Dude, this thing is blown up bigger than it ever should have been. Are you kidding me? All right, the AP has the best coverage. So let's go back to the AP.
It's the only place in our solar system where where even a total solar eclipse occurs. So very rare, happens every couple years here, usually at the bottom of the world where there are fewer people. But for the moon to totally cover up the sun is unique to our planet. So, and who knows other solar systems, who knows what else is happening out there, but this is the only one that we know of, and so I think that just makes everyone so thrilled.
And just like really quickly, what are some of the next total eclipses that people can look forward to?
Well, in 26 and 27, we're going to have to cross the Atlantic. Everyone's going to have to be on the...
I don't want to hear her. You guys, this is so ridiculous.
The clouds are going to stop us from seeing that, but we are going to experience totality here regardless. It's going to become nighttime. I've never seen a total solar eclipse, so I'm excited to experience it myself. But
he thinks it's going to be like nighttime.
I think we're still going to see some of the cool effects where The lighting is going to change here. It's going to get very dark, but as we approach and get into totality, look at the colors. Different colors are going to show up differently. We may see different lighting effects on the ground.
I'm going to go look outside
the
again.
Environment, see
I'll
what
be right
nature
back.
does. How does nature react in this moment? It's going to throw them off a little bit. So these are the things I'll be watching for, even if we can't see the sun because of the clouds.
That's going to be pretty exciting. You're an astronaut, and you are looking forward to this. That says something about us, huh?
Oh, it's a unique experience in my lifetime. First time I see it, for sure. I think it's just a fun experience to get outside together, have some community, talk about science, how it affects our lives. I think it's a really important conversation today for people to understand that science is nothing more than us just trying to understand what is fact, what is fiction. We don't have all the answers yet. Part of science is asking the question and then trying to finally get to a conclusion. Science is something to be embraced, and it's important for our future here on the planet.
No, it doesn't.
And science is a big part of what happens next year for you.
I didn't get total darkness in
So I
2017.
feel very fortunate. About a year ago, I was assigned with the Artemis II crew. We're going to fly a new rocket.
Okay. Are you guys glad you didn't travel and spend a bunch of money to be around like crowds of people?
In our solar system, where even a total solar eclipse occurs. So very rare, happens every couple years here, usually at the bottom of the world.
Didn't she already say this?
But for the...
Oh my God, he's...
So there are so many exciting things happening today, not just for the people across the path of totality. That's just a narrow band, you know, across North America. So much of North America is actually experiencing a partial eclipse right now. And you know what? There are so many experiments. Like, for example, if you have household items like a colander or a cheese grater, you can, if you're underneath some partial eclipses, take a look how strange the shadows are at the moment. So here in Mazatlan, it's kind of hard to see, but here in Mazatlan, all right, up above us, you know, as the clouds are clearing up, we're starting to see the partiality, and it's impacting, you know, the way that shadows are being cast on the ground. And it's kind of hard to see here, but if you take a look at the shadow cast by the cheese grater that I've got on my hand, it's actually reflecting the eclipse. It looks like a shadow, you know, the moon is taking a bite out of the sun. So, you know, there's so much to do here. We're not just waiting for totality. We're really being excited about all of the things that everybody around the country can do at home safely and enjoy it with their friends, families, and so much more. All right. And with that, we're also at the moment. This is a testament to how fast weather moves in Texas. For example, just this morning it was completely clouded over with low-hanging clouds. You know, sort of not the ideal thing. Just a few
Get your cheese graters.
Few meters behind us, a couple of blocks behind us, clouds are covering, but then the sun keeps speaking out. So, you know, there's just so much high hopes here, and we'll see how it goes. And that's probably happening all across North America right now. Lots of positive vibes. And so with that, let's take a look at how the rest of North America is preparing for their moment with the solar eclipse.
Where's the Mexico party? That's the one where it should be getting darker. J is for science. Okay, they just turned the music off. But we can't even see Mexico anymore, and there's Niagara Falls. Oh, there's Mexico. Okay, they moved them around. Top right is Mexico. Top left is Niagara Falls, and then the bottom left is Carbondale, Illinois, I think. So top right is Mexico. Looks pretty sunny to me. But hey, what I know. We got about 15 minutes left on lunch break. There's Cleveland back on the screen, top left. Mexico, top right. Carbondale, Illinois, in the bottom left. Right. Looks like they're approaching total darkness. Yeah, I don't get it. Don't believe the hype. What was 2017 then? I thought it was. Could have sworn it was. I looked at it through my cereal box. I was in Michigan at the time. It wasn't here. It was in Michigan. Yeah, it was a total solar eclipse in 2017. And we saw it in Michigan. I just looked it up. Why was the solar eclipse of 2017 so rare? 2017 and 2024 are the rare scenario where an eclipse goes straight over the continental United States. So it was a full eclipse. At 1:55 in Michigan, it will be... In Detroit, it begins at 1:58. Totality is between 3:10 and 3:15. Partial eclipse will end approximately 4:24.
Hello and welcome back here in Mesquite,
Lord.
Texas. Joining me now to dive into Solar Eclipse 101 is Leslie Barnhill, science educator
Nope,
at the
I can't do it. I can't do it.
It's actually a pretty cool shot right there. Thank you to everyone who has submitted their photos so far. This is Rose over in Abingdon. Got those glasses.
I can't wait till the trial comes back on. This is ridiculous.
Our eclipse countdown, 2 days until totality. Millions.
Have a great day, Ryan.
So supposed to be used in all conditions. Slick tires actually have a bigger contact patch, more surface area, so they generate more grip at a temperature, right? So they operate between 180 to 230 degrees Fahrenheit. Again, the sun is good until a point. When they go over that 230 degree mark, you start to lose that grip again.
Am I the only one that thinks this is crazy?
Cardboard,
cereal
foil,
box. You have a tea box.
Cereal box. I have a tea box. You just want to poke a little hole in it, and you're going to take that hole, and this is really important again, you point the hole at the sun, and your back is to the sun. So you are looking at the projection of the sun through the hole.
Box you could put over your head, and it is very cool to see. It's fun even if you are watching and you have the glasses to do this with your kids and there's still time to make that. What else should people be watching for?
I'm looking for the parties.
We have a pink rainbow because only prominences from the sun will be seen, and they're pink. We'll have to see about that. One thing we do need is a little bit better cloud clearing around here because we do have some cloud cover. But that's okay. People who have gathered here are excited and they're hopeful that it will clear. Who's here? Well, I want to show you our camera from about 500 feet away. Look at all my friendly eclipse watchers. Are you guys ready for an eclipse? Yeah! Well, I love the energy. We could use this energy to blow the clouds out of here. As our camera backs out, you're looking at Terrapin Point, and this is the lawn here. It's roughly the size of a football field, and everybody who's here, a lot of people came in at 6 a.m. this morning. They currently cut off the park from anybody from coming further into Goat Island here. So this is the max capacity that we're at right now. It's that popular. Over to the other side, our friends from Canada. Look across the river gorge, about 1,000 feet away. Niagara Parkway is lined with people. So it's a beautiful shot over there. Beautiful. And we really appreciate our Canadian friends who have joined us. Now, this isn't just about the solar eclipse. We've been here for the past week, and we were at locations all across Niagara Falls, 12 to be exact. Take a look at this video. Crowds of people packed the Niagara State Park Welcome Center where Commander Munikin Campos, the mannequin who flew around the moon during the Artemis 1 test flight in 2022, was on display. Our partners at the Canadian Space Agency sent kids virtually to space all week long. And NASA experts from the Kennedy Space Center...
Okay, let's find another stream. Oh, that's not live. Hold on.
For a little while today, Americans will turn their eyes from politics and world affairs and look to the heavens instead. Millions have traveled.
Starting to stake out their prime
Texas.
real estate here in the Quad area, which is located right outside of the planetarium, for a chance to really get a great glimpse at the eclipse. The school has been really good about providing those solar glasses for free. They actually still have some for folks who have decided to come down here last minute. And you know, we talk about the science behind all of this. You may be able to see there in the distance.
They're playing it.
Giant
Total eclipse of the heart.
And
Listen.
the white one actually is one that we are tethered into with Ethernet, and we're able to provide all of our viewers, at least here in the Dallas area, with a direct view of what the total eclipse looks like.
Is this live?
Just know when you're ready.
We're back live in court. Here.
All right, what's your name?
Oh my God, I hate these people.
One second.
Their volume?
Anybody that's available if they want to come down to the
ERT.
Can't.
ERNEST.
Oh,
Ernesto.
Ernesto. Do you have any ID or anything on you?
Yeah. 8111, 8816. I'll head over there.
Is it in your cooler?
8111.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No, my ID. We're probably out of people, but if you do have any other investigator resources to assist. Okay. Over here at the incident location, we have a lot of witnesses here also. Okay. 10-4, 22 has checked on, and dispatch, can you send a TTY to Polk County? They have 2 investigators that are...
Can I see her ID too?
Oh, he lost his
Who? Is that your wife?
No, this is my wife, that one.
Whose ID is that one?
My sister.
Is that her right here?
Yeah.
That's hers. All right.
Okay, my wife have over there. Not violent, but yelling.
All right, I'll talk to you over here.
Yeah. Northwest, but they need an option first. 8222 dispatch, 1041, Road, Somerset.
All right. Can you kind of tell me what's going on today?
So we was outside, you know, in the corner of the river.
All right.
So he's looking for our friend look the phone. You know what I mean? And he's all away by the group.
Who did?
What?
Who drove? Who went by the group?
No, the guy you take it,
Yep.
he's looking by the phone in the river because we stand here in the corner by the group of the people.
All right.
And I saw he there looking for the phone, and he was said he's in trouble. What do you mean trouble? I saw people attack him.
People to stay in their homes.
You know, a bunch of people attack him, and then I don't know what's going on.
Negative. You can cancel the rave.
I go in the middle of the river. Hey, come on this way, and right away the problem. He said that somebody took his knife in his pocket.
Right.
He got a knife for carry the thing in the river.
Cancel the rave. Cancel
And
Minnesota helicopter.
I don't know anything.
Washington County units may return to Minnesota.
I came in, get out there. But one people have a problem here, one over here, he was here. I saw one lady coming from here
and being transported
with blood.
We still have Able 6
And
here.
he was here. He said, they taking my knife. That's what he said. And they punched it, he was in the floor, in the water. And when I close it, not too close, on the middle of the river, he said, get out of there because we don't know what's going on. And he ran this way. And he said, they taking my knife. That's it.
So you never saw him with the knife?
No, never.
No. Did you see anyone with the knife?
No.
No?
No, because that's what I said. There's somebody here with blood, somebody here with blood.
You just saw a bunch of people with blood?
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know what's going on.
All right.
I know they punching him. He told me they're taking my knife.
So people were punching him. Where were they punching him?
It was like right here, outside by the rock.
Yep.
By the rock, they punch it.
Yep. Where were they
Put in the
punching?
water.
Where were they punching him on his body?
He punching, I don't know, in the face or here. They punching down. And when he get out, that's when I tell him get out there because I don't know. I'm in the middle of the river. And he goes, hey, get out there because I don't know what's going on. And when he coming around to us, he said, they taking my knife. And later we find out what's going on.
All right. So did you see anyone get stabbed or anything like that?
No, because that's what I say. They say they taking my knife. I saw some people here with blood. And one lady in the middle of the river with the blood too.
What does knife look like?
This is a little knife, like a...
Is it like a pocket knife? It folds out?
Yeah, like a pocket knife.
A foldable one?
Exactly.
Sir, is that your cooler there?
Yes.
You mind if we look in it?
You can get it.
Thank you. That's
so weird because we never have problem. Never. This guy, no, we always no problem, nothing. But a bunch of
How do you know
people,
him?
Oh, he's working with me for
He works.
20 years.
He works for you?
Yeah, we work together and we friends for many years. We never have any problem.
I have all of his information.
And that's weird. He said.
Okay, we're stopping at 808. So, Deputy, if Mr. Torres came in and testified last week that Nick Miu never said that they took my knife, would that be accurate?
No.
On the small clip that we watched, did you count how many times he told you that Nick claimed that these folks took his knife?
In that portion, not sure, but in the total video, more than 10 times.
When you were talking to him, well, first off, this interview, did this occur right after Nick Miu was taken into custody?
Yes.
During that interview, did he ever say anything like someone tried to follow Nick up the river?
No.
Did he ever say something like somebody approached him and he was pointing at him and he yelled at him to get back?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Mr. Trophacy?
Were you involved with multiple interviews of Mr. Torres?
No, just the initial.
Did you know that Mr. Torres gave multiple interviews?
I did not know.
Okay. You don't know what Mr. Torres told, for example, Investigator Shapey and Deputy Williams about what happened, right?
I do not know.
Okay. And in your training and experience,
They're so
can sometimes
inconsistent
people
with their volume.
who give multiple interviews say something in one interview and then not say it in another interview?
Potentially.
Okay. Tell me if this is fair. On the interview that you conducted with Mr. Torres, the one thing that he never wavers on as well is that he saw Mr. Miu being attacked, right?
It says that he was punched or pushed, correct?
Right, and he actually says, I witnessed that happen.
Yes.
Okay. He doesn't tell you, or he mentions that he doesn't see the knife, correct?
Yes, he does.
In your interview,
Are you kidding me? It's buffering. It's their issue, not mine. Check out today's tide schedule. Is it crazy? I don't know what just happened, y'all. Let's see if it's off for everybody.
remember that?
I remember the portion of what you're talking about. I don't remember exact verbatim of it.
So he apparently is, he says that he is telling or saying, get out of there, right?
He's saying that he was yelling that to Nick, let's
Okay.
get out of here.
Do you remember a conversation where he tells you that he is do you know if he's saying get out? Because he says it multiple times to you, right? That he says get out of there.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if he's talking about Nick or he's pointing to other people to get away?
And my belief was that he was telling Nick to get out of there.
Everything else which
Mr. Smestad? All right, thank you, Deputy. You can step down. Mr. Smestad, who is next?
I'm gonna switch up with Attorney here, Joe.
Carlos de la Cruz.
Judge, I'm going to handle this. We're just not going to change seats.
Sure. Detective De La Cruz, please come forward. Since it's been a few days since your last testimony, we will re-administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in Spanish shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Anderson.
Can you please state your first and last name?
Carlos de la Cruz.
And we heard earlier you work for the New Richmond Police Department.
Yes.
And you interviewed Ariel as part of this investigation?
Yes.
So when you went to that interview, did you bring any still frames from the video with you?
The investigators that accompanied me had some various frames, still frames.
And do you recall what those showed and why they were brought?
They kind of showed correlation between some of the witnesses compared to where the events were happening. And so they were kind of brought to try to identify some of the witnesses as well as to where the people were and hopefully get some information from the witnesses if they knew who was where, and who they were, what they were wearing.
Was there one that showed Ariel standing next to Nicolae when Nicolae had the knife in his hand?
Yes.
And so did you ask Ariel what he saw?
Throughout the interview that we had discussed, particularly where he was and what he could see, what he couldn't see. The picture came up after he told us he wasn't up by where everything had occurred, that he had never gotten close to Nicolae. And so that's when we showed him that photo.
And after so in the context of him saying he never got close, was he saying he didn't see anything Nick did?
Yes, he repeatedly said there was so many people between him and the event that it was hard for them to understand what was going on or to see anything that Nick did.
And after you showed him the photo of him standing next to Nicolae, when Nicolae had the bloody knife, did he still maintain that he didn't see Nick do anything?
Initially, he was rather surprised that he was that close. I think seeing the actual knife in Nick's hand surprised him more than anything. He then stated he didn't recall being that close to Nicolae.
And did he still deny seeing Nick do anything?
Correct, yes.
Did he ever say anything even remotely close to that he saw Nicolae defend himself?
No.
I don't have anything else.
Mr. Nelson?
You just told this jury that Ariel told, I think your testimony was he, being Ariel, repeatedly said it was hard to see. Is that your testimony?
He had mentioned that more than once, yes.
He told you, we looked over there and we saw a lot, there were two groups in front of us. He said those words. Agreed?
Yes.
He said there were a lot of people. Agreed?
Correct.
He said, I saw it from far away, was like as if they were bullying him.
That's what he said, yes.
He said, when I see it, I thought it was bullying.
Yes.
He said, they pushed him, he fell, he fell.
Yes.
He said, he got up, he being Mr. Miu. Ariel said, Miu got up and they started beating him, women as well as men.
Yes.
He said, I only saw when they were beating him.
Yes.
So despite your saying that he told you repeatedly it was hard to see, he told you repeatedly actually that he saw these two groups of people beating Mr. Miu. He said that, right?
Also, yes.
You asked him
Look, it's dark in Mexico. Look up at the top left of your screen, guys.
Yes. And when you asked him questions about Mr. Miu, he told you the man was a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
He told you Nick was really
Objection, objection. It's character evidence, impermissible.
90801, prior consistent statement.
I'll overrule prior consistent statement. It's also evidence of his demeanor on the day in question. Please continue.
He told you Nick is a calm person, correct?
Yes.
Doesn't get angry a lot, agreed?
I don't know if he said that.
I moved to strike.
It doesn't get any what? I didn't hear the last part of the question.
Ask the question.
Just want to read from the transcript, okay? At times, you're asking Ariel questions, correct? In
Yes.
Spanish. Ariel would answer you in Spanish.
Both sometimes, but yes.
And then you had a colleague there, correct?
Two of them, yes.
And your colleagues that were there didn't understand Spanish, correct?
Correct.
So sometimes in the moment, when Ariel would tell you something, you would turn and tell the officers, here's what he said. Correct?
Yes.
And one of the times that you said that, you said, it sounds like he was calm too. Is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? You
Sure.
asked him that question, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
Yes.
Just one last quote from page 38 of the transcript. What Ariel never wavered on is saying that he did see that they were beating him up. Correct?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Mr. Anderson?
He also never wavered on saying that he never saw Nick. He didn't see Nick do anything.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Anything else?
He never said the words, I didn't see Nick do anything. Those aren't his words, correct?
I would have to reread the whole transcript if those were correct or not.
He didn't say those words.
Objection
I'd have to
asked and
read it.
answered. He needs to see the transcript.
The objection's overruled. Mr. Nelson, if you want to pursue that, you may.
You can't cite anywhere in the transcript where he said those words that you just said he did.
If you have the transcripts and that's what you're saying, then I would agree with you.
I'm not the witness, sir, you are. You agree?
That I'm not the witness, you're not the witness? Yes, I agree.
You agree that as you sit here right now, you don't have a memory, knowledge, information that he said what you said under oath. I never saw Nick do anything. He didn't say those words.
Those exact words I could not recall if those what were the exact words, sir.
But even if you can't recall it, you still said it under oath in a murder trial.
Sustained. It's argumentative, sustained.
I'll move on. Nothing else.
Thank you. Investigator, you may step down. Who is the next witness?
Judge, I think defense had a couple people to call.
Okay. Members of the jury, similar to Friday, sometimes the attorneys make accommodations for witnesses' schedules. The state has more witnesses, but they are not scheduled until tomorrow, I understand.
Yes.
So rather than sending you home, the defense has agreed to call some of their witnesses so that we can continue working. So I will say, I think it's worth saying to the attorneys, I appreciate your flexibility and your professionalism to see that we can keep moving and get some work done today despite the scheduling obstacles. So we'll continue with defense witnesses. Mr. Trapasi.
Judge, we're going to call Investigator Dittman. People punching him. I don't know. That's weird.
Investigator, please come forward. Face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat in the witness chair. Mr. Trapasi.
Sir, can you tell us your name, spelling your last name?
Andrew Dittman, Dittman.
And sir, what's your occupation?
I'm an investigator with the St. Croix County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been an investigator?
A couple of years. I've been employed with the Sheriff's Office since 2012.
Okay. And in your role as an investigator, is part of your job, interview witnesses, take statements, things that they might tell you?
Yes.
And was that your role in this particular matter, that you were to take statements from witnesses who might have some information?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall either yourself or being present with another officer when there were interviews taken of Ryan Nelson, Joanne Cockfield, Owen Peliquin, Alex Vang, and Landon Muir?
Yes.
You were present for all of them? Present for all
Correct.
of them? Those interviews, were they recorded?
Yes.
And they were recorded how?
At the time we had visual labs, which would have been an application, a body cam application through our cell phone.
And do you recall whether or not each one of those interviews of those 5 people were recorded?
They all were recorded.
And that recording was captured and provided to the DA's office. Is that right, to your knowledge?
Yes.
I want to ask you very few questions on this, but there's been testimony from witnesses regarding what they mentioned to officers during their interview. Okay?
Okay.
You interviewed Joanne Cockfield. Did Joanne Cockfield ever tell you during your interview with him that Mr. Miu was looking for little girls?
Not that I recall. He did not say that.
If he would have said that, is that something you would put in a report?
Our job is to be fact finders and document everything as best as we can, accurately.
So your job, you're not really to pick sides, you're just kind of to get the information in and then get it back out, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in our jobs, maybe people don't think about this, but telling a police officer that someone's looking for little girls, you're not going to let that go without trying to dig a little deeper if you hear that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So if he would have said to you, I've been told by Mr. Miu that he was looking for little girls, that's something that would have drawn your attention, right?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with Ryan Nelson, sir. Your interview with Ryan Nelson, did he ever mention, or he never mentioned to you, right, that Mr. Miu told him that he was looking for little girls?
And I guess all the interviews, I was never told anything that anybody was looking for little girls.
So you'd agree, Mr. Cockfield, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Peliquin, Mr. Vang, and Mr. Weir, none of them in their interviews with you, which were recorded, mentioned to you that Nick Miu told them he was looking for little girls, right?
To my recollection, I do not believe that was ever said.
And again, for each one of these people, especially if you heard it over and over again, that might be something you would really document then, because there's continued statements regarding it, right?
Correct.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
One thing you heard over and over from the witnesses you interviewed was that this turned physical when Nicolae punched the blonde girl, right?
Correct.
Owen said he believed she punched, or Nicolae punched her, right?
Yes.
And the other boys all saw they actually witnessed Nicolae punch the blonde girl.
Correct.
And that's what turned the incident physical.
Yes, from my recollection, that's when I was told that chaos ensued, was when the punch was thrown.
Nothing else.
Mr. Trophacy?
Mr. Vang told you that Mr. Miu slapped the girl, right?
Correct.
So he didn't say that he punched her, right?
Sometimes, I guess people classify punch and slap, it's what the person's viewing.
Well, you'd agree a punch and a slap are different things.
They could be, yes.
You agree that you testified under oath that everyone told you it was a punch, right?
I was present during all the interviews that took place. To get to the nitpicky, I'd have to review who told me who punched and who slapped.
I guess what I'm asking you is you just told Attorney Anderson that all of those people told you that that Mr. Miu punched this girl in the face, right?
That was brought up multiple times through the interviews that we had conducted, that there was punching, and I don't recall exactly who said he had been, or that he had given a slap.
Okay, if I told you Alex Vang said open hand, have any reason to dispute that's what's on tape?
I do not.
Okay. Some of those people also told you that she was knocked down into the water. Is that right?
Correct.
Some people told you that she wasn't knocked down to the water, right?
Correct.
They all told you that the injuries that were suffered on the river only occurred after Mr. Miu was attacked, though, right?
I guess, what do you mean by that?
Well, they told you that he was punched in the face, right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
They told you that some of them might have told you that he was then hit multiple times, correct?
Correct.
Some of them told you that the group.
Judge, I'm going to object on leading and also the beyond the scope of cross.
Sustained on leading.
Sustained on, okay. Leading. Would you agree that some people that you interviewed explained to you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu after he was punched?
Yes.
Okay. And those descriptions included their belief that he was being attacked. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you know that after that happened, what I just said to you.
Objection leading again.
I'm not.
Let's get the question in first and then make the objection.
you know through your investigation and the interviews that you've conducted, sequentially, after these people told you what they observed happening to Mr. Miu, that's when the incident with the knife occurred, correct? Is that?
It is, but it's harmless in this instance. Overruled.
Is that right?
That'd be accurate.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Anderson?
Any of the interviews you're involved in between, any of the interviews, or did you interview anyone from the Carlson's group?
I do not believe so.
So you were involved with all the interviews with the boys that were with Isaac?
Correct.
And whether, do you remember, we'll start the, they're all consistent on the first time it turned physical was Nicolae striking the blonde girl, whether it was a punch or a slap.
Yeah, I recall, I believe it was Owen that said that he had observed a closed fist punch.
And then later he clarified, he said he believed that Nicolae had punched her, right?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, investigator. You may step down.
Thank you.
Is there another witness?
He's on hall. Okay.
Can we approach, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. So you guys checking out the eclipse? Look, it's red. Why is it red, guys? That looks super weird. But Mexico is partying hard right now.
If everyone else.
Mr. Anderson? Yeah, okay.
See what I
who's the
mean?
next witness?
Their audio is always
Roberto Baldoza.
fucking turned all the way up, man.
Mr. Baldozo, please come forward. Face the clerk.
They're fucking
She'll
ridiculous.
administer the oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you will give in this trial shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Please have a seat in the witness chair.
Okay.
Mr. Trofasi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you state your name and can you spell your last name, please?
My full name is Roberto Baldazo, and you spell my last name Baldaza, as in zebra, O.
Okay. And Mr. Baldasso, you were on the Apple River on July 30th of 2022, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who you were with?
I was with my wife, my 3 children, my cousin, and a friend of mine and his wife.
And had you been drinking that day?
Yes.
Okay, can you give us an idea of about how much you had to drink?
I would say the total for the day was about 6 beers.
How would you describe your intoxication level when you were witnessing what you were witnessing?
I was slightly buzzed. I mean, I was still able to walk and talk and such.
Okay. If you said to the, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, if you said to the police that you were drunk, would that be fair or not?
No, not really fair. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely drinking.
Okay. And so you, your family, your friends are just kind of having a lazy day on the river, is that, would that be reasonable?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come a point when you're on the river that something draws your attention?
We were floating along, and we had been stopping along the ways, just kind of meeting people and kind of conversing with other groups.
Hi, Catherine. It's Jennifer.
We had just left the little bar. There's a little bar that you kind of climb up the hill, and you can order drinks and whatnot. You needed to have cash, and we didn't have cash on us, so we just left. We started to take off from there, and I noticed, I didn't have my glasses on, but it looked to me like people were dancing, kind of partying. And so I told the group, I said, hey, I think there's people dancing over there, let's go check it out. So as we started floating up, I started noticing that it looked a little bit more than dancing. I wasn't sure because I can only see like the shadows or outlines because it was so far away. And so I started to veer off to the right of the river, and then immediately my wife jumps off and takes off towards the bank, and that's when I took off and followed her.
Okay, I'm gonna just back it up for a minute, okay? Now, to be fair, I think your interview with the police, there was questions about your ability to see based upon whether or not you were wearing any type of corrective lenses or anything. Is that fair?
Correct. I actually made that a point right from the beginning.
All right. And how would you, without glasses, because you said you weren't wearing them, right?
Correct.
How would you describe your eyesight?
I mean, it's fair. I can see well enough to drive. I just can't see details that far away.
You can, is it fair to say I think if I heard you correctly, you can see shapes and outlines?
Correct. A little bit more than just that, though. I mean, I could see I can see that far away. I just can't see in detail, if you will. It's not crisp, it's fuzzy.
And when you see the people that you believe initially might be dancing, about how far away from them are you? Best guess.
I would say approximately about 60 yards or so.
Okay. And can I ask you, in terms of, I'm going to try to put this together, 60 yards away, no glasses, how would you describe your ability to kind of see that based on the distance and the no glasses? How does that?
I mean, I can't see detail from that far away, but I can definitely see people.
Okay. Do you hear what's happening?
No, it's loud.
Okay, so you can't hear anything in particular coming from that group, is that a fair?
No, all I could hear is water rushing.
And if I heard you right, you said then at some point you believed it didn't look like they were dancing, it looked like there was more going on.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but it looked odd after a minute because there was a lot of, kind of crouching down. Some people were kind of crouching down.
Can I ask you about how long do you think this was going on in terms of what you initially believed might have been dancing and then you believed was something else?
I definitely under a minute, if I understand the question correctly.
Yeah, all right. And then you, if I heard you right, you said that your wife got up and took off.
She did. At that point, we did kind of notice that there was some people laying on the bank. And so at first she had said, I think somebody was impaled by a tree. And so as she was kind of saying that, she was leaping off of her tube to take off running. That's when I took off after her.
Okay. So although you can't hear necessarily what's going on, you heard what your wife said.
Correct. She was right next to me, elbows touching.
And about how far away from the groups that you said you saw, like, laying there, about how far away from them are you?
Oh, somewhere, I would say in the proximity of maybe 40 feet at that point, maybe 50.
And is your wife ahead of you in this?
Yes, I was pursuing her, yes.
Seeing what you're seeing that day, did that cause you some concern for either your physical safety or your wife's physical safety?
At first, yes, my wife, because we had no idea what she was rushing into, or I didn't.
And as a result of your concern for her physical safety, what did you do?
Took off running after her.
Okay, what else did you do?
Tripped over a rock. I had my knife on the inside of my waistband, my swim trunks.
Okay.
And when I came up, the water was about knee high. There was a huge set of rocks there. So my right leg kind of got stuck on the rock. My left tripped or slipped, and I went forward, and I felt the butt end of my knife kind of jab me in the stomach, so I reached down and did something. But I kept running towards my wife.
Did you pull your knife out?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember telling the police that you pulled out your knife, you just don't remember if you opened the blade or not?
Right, because it had jabbed me, so I don't know if I pulled it out. And the reason for my confusion is when my wife asked, so my wife was asking for a chest seal. I'm pushing up the narrative here a bit. She was asking for a chest seal, so later on, I kind of don't remember if I had pulled out my knife and kept it out when I tripped, but I remember my wife asking for a chest seal, so I turned back to my daughter Aubrey, and she ran back to our tubes and got me a sandwich baggie. And I don't remember if I cut the baggie to make it lengthier, because it was folded over, but I don't remember cutting the bag. I remember seeing the bag cut open, perfectly squared to make it longer to cover the hole in Isaac's chest.
Do you remember that when your wife took off running, that you had said to the police that you were attempting to kind of make a threat assessment at that point as to what was happening?
Correct. I tried to scan in the area, see what was going on, because I noticed there was somebody else that was hurt on this side. So it led me to believe that it could possibly be something like that. So I was kind of just scanning, making kind of a threat assessment. I didn't really see much, so I started focusing on my wife.
And based on that threat assessment, you informed the police that you pulled your knife?
I don't recall that exactly.
Okay. If it says that you pulled your knife after doing a threat assessment, would you disagree with that?
I think maybe that's taken out of context because I didn't feel threatened at any point, nor did I pull out the knife in a thought of in defending myself or anything like that.
So when you would say to the police, I was looking into the crowd because right away my thought process, threat assessment, where is the threat? Who is doing what? Let me get a good, summary of what's going on here. But then my wife's already en route. So I jump off the tube, take off running. I see what appears to be someone doing this, and then you make a motion, okay? Then your response is, and so I pulled out my knife, but I don't remember if I opened the blade or if I just pulled it from my trunks. Do you remember that statement?
It sounds like something I would say for sure.
Okay. And I think you said to the police, well, let me ask you this. Did you ultimately keep your knife or was it lost?
It was lost. I don't know what happened to it.
And it was lost presumably in the river?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. And do you know what's happening? Meaning, are you able to see what's happening at that point?
Well, yeah, I was focused on my wife and noticed Isaac's body laying there. That's where most of my focus was at.
Did you notice, I think you had made mention to the police that you ultimately noticed the individual that you thought was responsible for this, right?
Oh, no, I never said that. And maybe something I said was taken out of context, but I can't see that far.
Okay.
I saw an individual run to the top of the hill, make eye contact with, and take off running, but I couldn't tell you who that person was.
Okay. So you don't have any reason to know whether or not that person was involved?
No.
Okay. And I know that you assisted and participated with your wife in trying to tend to and take care of Isaac. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And does there come another a point after that happens where you come across something in the river that you think might be relevant?
Yes, I saw the snorkel.
Okay.
Which I didn't know what relevance it played at the time. I just had picked it up, and there was actually a police officer standing with me. We were conversing when I reached down and grabbed it.
Okay.
Then another gentleman ran up and was kind of screaming, that's the snorkel, that's the snorkel. I didn't know what, so I just handed it to the officer.
Was it one person or a bunch of people that came over to you?
With the snorkel, you mean?
Yes, sir.
I can only remember one man.
Okay. And have you told the police that it was a bunch of guys and they started coming at you, filming you, and I'm using your words, talking shit to you? Do you remember that?
No, not at all.
Okay. It's on your recorded statement.
Objection, Judge, he's testifying.
Sustained.
Are you aware that you provided a statement providing the information I've just told you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I actually do remember the gentleman coming at me. He was pretty animated, he was heated. I know exactly what you're talking about, and I just told the guy, I said, hey, look, I don't know anything about the snorkel. I just picked up the snorkel. I said, officer, would you like to take the snorkel?
Okay. And I guess I just want to clarify, is it one person or more than one person?
I only remember the one guy who was engaging me. There were multiple people around, but the one individual was actually engaging me verbally.
Okay, and was his verbal engagement making you nervous?
No. I wasn't nervous. The police officer was standing right next to me.
Okay, so did you believe that person was going to attack you?
No.
Okay, if you told the police that you believe that?
I told them that he was heated and elevated.
You said it was like they were going to come and attack me. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I looked at the officer and just threw the effing snorkel at him, right?
I don't remember using those words.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand this. Well, I want to put words in your mouth either. Did you or did you not see specifics of what happened with Mr. Miu and any of the people on the river?
No.
Okay. And that was because you didn't have was it because you didn't have your glasses on?
I think it was a combination of the distance. I didn't have my glasses on. I mean, we pretty much arrived after the fact.
Appreciate your time, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson?
So if I'm understanding right, you don't remember when your knife got lost?
I don't. It has to be sometime between when I left the tube pursuing Andrea or my wife to the shoreline. Somewhere in there. It has to be somewhere in there.
Did you talked about cutting the Ziploc bag, so could it have been after you got to the shore, actually?
I don't remember cutting the bag, but I remember the bag being cut.
Okay.
I played that in my head. I just can't connect the two.
May I approach?
Yes.
For the record, Judge, I'm just going to show him a screen grab from Officer Farrell's body cam at 15 minutes, 27 seconds. Is that you assisting CPR on Isaac?
Yes.
It looks like you have your pocket knife in your...
Yes.
In the back of your shorts?
Yes, let me just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it.
Okay. And it looks like it's on your back side of your hip?
Yes.
And you testified you didn't remember when it jabbed you, when you tripped on the rock, you didn't remember if you took it out or just slid it over?
Correct.
You agreed? Looks like you slid it over to your back so it wouldn't jab you?
Correct. That makes sense.
So, was the rest of your group was over by a sandbar, right, if you remember?
Roughly.
Kind of like
On the other side of the river.
Yeah, kind of after you came around the bend?
Correct.
And were there other tubers there?
Yes.
And were people, was there a lot of commotion going on?
Yes.
And people didn't know where the guy with the knife went, the stabber? If you know.
That's, no one specifically told me that. I just kept hearing people say, where did he go? Where did he go?
Okay. And when you left to go aid Isaac, did you leave from that sandbar area?
Can you repeat that, sir, please?
When you left, like, from your group to follow your wife, was that from the sandbar area?
I can't remember where exactly we were on the river in regard to that sandbar. I can't remember if we were before or after it, but I know we were around it.
Did your group stop there and wait? Is that why they were there, waiting for you and Andrea, if you know?
Correct.
Okay. So you might have went straight to Isaac after coming around the bend?
Correct.
Okay. Was Isaac already on the shore when you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Nothing else?
Mr. Trofficy?
Sir, if you didn't pull the knife, how'd you lose the knife?
I have no idea. Like I said, we had to make a chest seal. I don't remember, but I may have used the knife to cut the bag open to make it longer, because the gash was significantly wide and long.
Mr. Anderson?
You described your knife you lost to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that they located one that matches the description?
I assumed so. No one actually said they found it, but I assumed they did.
Okay. What kind of knife was it?
It was a knife called, it's made by a company called Tactical Gears.
With a Z?
Correct.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Baldazzo. You may step down.
Thank you,
You are
sir.
excused.
We have one more witness, but if I could take a brief bathroom break before we call that witness.
Sure, let's come back at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
And good afternoon from our Fox 9 streaming center. You've been watching our ongoing gavel-to-gavel coverage of the Apple River stabbing trial. You just heard the testimony of Roberto Baldazzo, I should say. Of course, he is the husband of Andrea Baldazzo. We met Andrea, the nurse, earlier in the case last week. She testified. She's
Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I was outside. Are we on a break? Or I was outside looking at the eclipse. It's about 65% here. I think it's about the most it's going to get.
Mr. De La Cruz, I wanted to bring up the fact that during Ariel recorded interview, which I believe has been marked in the transcript, which has been marked. During that recorded interview from August 2nd, that Ariel had said to Mr. De La Cruz, the man was a quiet person. Question, it sounds like all day he was calm too, huh? You, him, the man, Nick, is he a calm person or does he get angry a lot? Question, answer, no. Lastly, Mr. De La Cruz statement, Nick's always really mellow and cool, real mellow, calm, and this was a surprise. To which Ariel said, I don't know, man, it all happened too fast, it was too fast. I wanted to bring that up as a prior statement of the witness under 90801 sub 4 sub A sub 2, because those statements are consistent with the declarant, Ariel's testimony, and is offered to rebut an implied charge against the declarant, Ariel, that he was fabricating or at an improper influence. I understand that he may not have been impeached or there was not an express or implied charge that he fabricated his thoughts on Mr. Miu's character, but they were attacking his credibility in general. So I expect the state's going to say, how do we really know Mr. Miu has such a character? The only people that they called are people who we've impeached. And so for those reasons, I think it was relevant and it's admissible because of their implied charge against Ariel of recent fabrication or improper influence or motive.
Mr. Anderson?
Under 90404, the permissible character evidence that's allowed is what's already been admitted. Are you aware of their reputation? Do they have a reputation for peacefulness? That's been admitted. The state has not even cross-examined anyone on that. Never suggested they're just saying that because he's on trial. So to then go beyond that is exceeding what's allowed under 90404. And as attorney now sitting knowledge under 90801 for A2, it's only to rebut an express or implied charge against recent fabrication, which we didn't do on that statement. It's in and of itself inadmissible. We didn't accuse him of lying about it, so.
Just briefly, I don't agree with his assessment of my argument, but I think Your Honor understands my argument. So.
The record's been preserved. I ruled it inadmissible. Although the state used Detective De La Cruz to impeach Mr. Chaguez's credibility, it did not mean that everything is admissible. The defense may use prior consistent statements to rehabilitate the credibility of a witness, but the defense is not allowed to use inadmissible character evidence to do so. I had previously ruled, I believe on Friday, that testimony about expansive views of Mr. Miu's demeanor, his personality, his character traits on days other than July 30, 2022 were inadmissible, other than the pertinent character trait of being peaceful. That was the sole character trait that I allowed to come in, and any other descriptions about Mr. Miu's character was inadmissible. I did carve out a small exception because I thought it was relevant to addressing his demeanor on the day in question or at the time of the incident, but the questions that Mr. Nelson was eliciting from the witness went far beyond that exception. So that's why I ruled the way I did. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock.
And just so you know, maybe have 20, 30 minutes, and that's our only witness left for the day. So I imagine we're taking a break then to come back tomorrow. Is that what it sounds like the plan is?
Unless there's more witnesses or videos or something that we can do productive.
We have a little bit to talk about exhibits, so we can do that.
Okay. All right. 2 o'clock, everyone.
You are back live with the J is for Justice Streaming Center. We're going to bring you some Eclipse news live while they take a break until 3 o'clock. And then they have one witness, and then they're going to talk about exhibitees. So while we're sitting here waiting, I decided, since we have 3 events tomorrow, to put Chad Daybell on my second channel. My second channel I don't even use. So it's a good way to put it to use. If you're not subscribed to it, it's called Gen X TV. And I'm going to stream Chad Daybell from there because it's going to be 8 to 10 weeks. Then that way it doesn't suck up the main channel. The J is for Justice Streaming Center. There it is. There it is. It's a pop culture channel, but I haven't done really much on it. So we're going to stream Daybell over there. It'll make it a lot easier. Then we won't have Streamlabs going completely nuts either. So sub up to Gen X TV. And let's see what's going on with this eclipse. Carbondale, Illinois, it is almost totality. So our shadows look a little weird here. I think we're at the max right now, or maybe a little bit past it. It's sunny, but it does look weird. It's not as bright as it was. Wanda, I'm completely lost, so... Thank you, Anne. Sub up to Gen X TV. And then there is an event up for Chad Daybell, so you can hit notify on that one. Oh, Lord. Here we go. They're excited. It's about to be total. Yeah, it does here too, Franny. It's just an odd. It's going to get dark there. Here it comes. These people. Hey, look at it. It's dark. It's pitch black. Look at that. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon. You think they stood in front of the camera? Bella's barking at the UPS man. Karchi, what? Are you joking? What happened? Why are they booing? Oh, here it comes in Cleveland, guys. Cleveland's a bunch of party animals. They're going to be loud AF. Wait for it. Here it comes. Look at. That lady's like, Ooh, there's Carbondale, right? Okay, that is wild right there. All right, we are back in trial. We are going to switch gears. Let's get some audio back.
On this?
Yes. Yeah.
I want to now switch a little bit and ask you in general about July 30th of 2022, okay?
Okay.
Were you on the river that day with your husband and Nick's wife
Yes.
and other friends?
Yes.
During that time, did you see people within your group drinking alcohol?
They had a few.
Did you observe anyone that was intoxicated?
No.
Did you have any concerns about anybody's level of intoxication? How about Nick in particular?
No.
I want to ask you about a knife, okay?
Yes.
Have you seen Nick carry a pocket knife before?
Yes.
Have you seen him use that pocket knife before?
Yes.
How can you just describe in what context or where you've seen him use that pocket knife?
He always seems to have one, like at our house with the pool, help setting up the pool and things like that, and that's about it, all I really seen.
Have you seen him use it as a tool to fix things?
Yeah, yes.
Have you seen him use it as a sharp item to cut rope or other matters?
Yes.
Okay. On that day, did you see Nick with a knife?
I believe I did, but at the beginning.
On that day, did you see Nick use the knife to cut some rope?
Yes, I think I did, yes.
Okay. At some point on that day, did you become aware that someone in your group had lost a phone?
Yes.
Whose phone was lost?
Ariel.
Up until that point, can you just describe Mr. Miu's demeanor, your observations of him that day?
He was happy. Everybody was relaxed. He was relaxed, just having a good time, just relaxing on the river.
Same character you've seen of the 20 years over that you've known him?
Yes.
When Ariel lost his phone, did you see, I don't want to know the contents, but was there discussion about what to do?
I didn't really hear much of that conversation. I just knew that he lost it, and Nick said, I'll go find it. I can go find it. I know Ariel said, don't worry about it.
Okay. Did you see Nick leave to go, in what you thought was him going to look for the phone?
Yes.
At the time that he left, what was he wearing?
What was he wearing?
What's that?
Shorts.
Had you seen him wearing other items earlier in the day?
A shirt and a hat, I think.
Had you seen him snorkeling earlier in the
Yes.
day? When you saw him snorkeling earlier in the day, did he wear his hat and sunglasses?
No.
Did he wear his shirt?
No. He put it back on when he came back.
And we'll get to that in a second. When you saw him leave to go look for the phone, did he have his snorkel and goggle with him?
I didn't notice that.
My understanding is, just to cut to the chase here, that you didn't observe anything going down, happening downriver between Nick and any other group of people. Would you
No.
agree?
Yes.
The first you learned about it is you heard somebody say something, right?
Yes.
What did you hear?
Sandy said, Nick's in trouble. Nick's in trouble. Go help him.
And when you heard that, did you see people in your group leave?
I think it was Ernesto and Ariel. I think that was the only two people I saw.
Once you heard that, though, you still weren't able to, for whatever reason, you either didn't look or you couldn't see what was going on down there.
I couldn't from where I was sitting, and the tubes were, whoops, sorry, in front of me, and I couldn't really see over it. I have to get up, like stand up.
And I see you're wearing glasses today.
Yeah.
Were you wearing glasses when you were going down?
Sunglasses.
Okay. Prescription sunglasses?
Yes.
Okay. So your vision wasn't impaired from lack of glasses?
No.
It was more just your positioning where you were at?
Yes.
And I understand at some point after this, you saw Nick come back to your group, is that right?
Yeah, I didn't see him walk up. I just was standing, just watching the crowd, and then he just appeared on my right side.
Okay. And now I'm going to ask you some questions, but I don't want the content of the words, okay? So I'm going to ask you about, did you ask Nick what happened?
I looked at him and I said,
Did you ask Nick what happened, yes or no?
Yes.
And you can't tell me the words, but did Nick tell you an answer to that question?
Yes.
He gave you an answer?
Yeah, a few words.
Okay. Now I want to ask you about what you saw of him, okay? When you were having that conversation with him, you're standing right in front of him? Again, you just need to give a verbal answer,
Yes.
ma'am. Okay. And when you've seen him for 20 years, right?
Yes.
In that time, I think you spoke with the police before, but when you're sitting there on the river or standing there on the river talking to him, how did he appear?
Well, in shock.
What's that?
In shock. Just
And-
stunned and like frozen.
Okay. Have you seen him in that state before?
No.
I think you'd previously used words like ghostly white or pale.
Yes.
Would those accurately describe what you saw him that day?
Yeah, yes.
I think you'd said he had a ghost look on his face.
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
And then you concluded, based upon your knowing him for as long as you had, that he appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Not like shock as in surprise, but shock like as in a physiological, psychological condition.
Yeah.
Obviously not from a medical term, but just a colloquial person term, right?
Yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson, any questions?
Yes. So, you told law enforcement Nick wasn't drinking much that day,
No.
right? No, you didn't say that, or yes, you did say that?
I believe I said that.
Yeah. You said he was dumping out his beers and putting water in them?
Oh, he does that like when we have get-togethers.
Okay. He wasn't on that day?
No. Not that I know.
So as far as you know, there's no reason Nick would say, I was drinking a lot?
No.
So did you see injured people?
I did not. I saw the young boy on the side. I didn't know what his injuries were.
You saw he was getting CPR?
Yes.
And did you see someone else on the shore being aided?
No.
You didn't hear anyone crying for help or anything like that?
I did not. It was really loud. There was screaming and people running. But no, I didn't see anybody else injured.
Do you speak Spanish?
No.
So Nicolae was in shock and you determined that because his face was pale and what, not speaking?
Yeah, he just said a very brief few words and just stood there just kind of like in shock.
Okay. Can I get a couple exhibits? 7 and 63. Was he stiff or rigid or like his body?
I would say kind of stiff.
He wasn't like relaxed at all or anything?
No.
I'm going to show you a video and ask you some questions about it. This is Exhibit 60, or no.
He said, or no. Exhibit 60 or no? Don't you know?
So was he like that the whole time you're with him until he was taken into custody?
Yes.
So stiff, rigid, not talking, white face, anything else?
No.
Okay. This is Exhibit 85. spinning. I apologize, Judge. All right, can we have the monitor, please? Something's wrong. Sorry, I'm gonna have Investigator Schultz do it.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover, and I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
All right, I want you to pay attention to Nicolae in this video. I'm gonna ask you some questions.
He has something like hammer in his hand.
Just take a picture and save it.
I don't take a picture, take a video.
You pause.
I take a video.
He looks pretty nonchalant, relaxed in that video, agreed?
Yeah,
And that was after you had left the incident location, right?
Yes.
Doesn't look stiff.
not that I can see, no.
He's leaning
See
back
his
in
face.
he's leaning back in his tube and paddling along with his hand.
Mhm, yeah.
I'll show you another video. And so you've known him a long time. You said you could recognize that he was in shock, so I want to ask you about this video. This is the 23-second body cam of Sheriff Knudsen. I think we're ready.
Camera recording started.
Still doing all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's going
Temperature?
on?
Temperature's okay in here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody,
All right.
I hear somebody got stabbed.
Um,
And I fit the description.
Yes, you do.
All right.
Yep. So we're working through that now.
Agreed, he doesn't look pale or ghostly white there.
No,
He doesn't sound distressed, agreed?
he sounds a little distressed.
He does?
I think so.
Okay. Why? What about it sounds distressed?
Just the way he's talking. I mean, it's not, he's more energetic, more, not just kind of sitting there.
Could also be because he's nervous because of what just happened and,
Yes,
okay. And do you know if you don't know if him being quiet was because he was afraid he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock, right?
yeah.
You do know?
No, I don't know. Say that again?
You don't know if he was quiet and different than how he normally is because he thought he was going to get arrested or because he was in shock?
I think in shock.
You think, but you don't know, right?
Well, no, I don't know.
Nothing else.
Mr. Nelson?
You came here to tell the jury about your observations of a man you know, correct?
Yes.
And the observations that you told the jury, were those accurate?
Yes.
Is that what you saw?
Yes.
Then you were asked some questions about a video. Was that at a different time than what you told the jury about what you saw?
The video I just saw?
Yeah, I think there's 3 moments in time you were asked about. I asked you about what did Mr. Miu look like right when he came back to the tube.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yes.
And then you were shown a video about another moment in time that's
Yeah.
later, correct?
Later, yeah.
You agree that's about an hour later?
Objection, these are all leaving, this is his witness.
Sustained.
Do you know what time that video is taken in relation to when you made your observation of him in shock?
The second,
The video where he was sitting in the tube, do you know when that was in time in relation to when you saw him with a white face and pale?
maybe 20 minutes, I'm just guessing.
Okay. Did you, when he came back to the tubes, did the group wait at the tubes or did they leave right away?
No, we waited.
Do you know how long the group waited?
It seemed like a very long time, but it's probably maybe 20, 25 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when that video was taken, right away when you guys started going back down? Or was it near the exit? Or was it some other time? Do you know when that video is?
I think towards the exit.
Okay. Do you know how long the trip was from when you left the sandbar after the 20, 25 minutes that you stayed there until you got to the exit?
Is it like 45 minutes, I think?
Okay. So would you, I'm just trying to get us to the math here. Sounds like it's about an hour after when you had the conversation with him where you were talking.
I think so, yes.
Okay. In that video that we saw, were you able to see his face?
No.
Do you know what Mr. Miu was doing in that 60 minutes between the time that you described him as shocked, stunned, rigid until that time?
What he was doing? No.
Do you know if at all his appearance changed?
I don't know. I couldn't see his face.
Do you know if it did change, when it changed?
No.
Do you know if it did change, why it changed?
I don't know.
You were then asked some questions about what you saw, this 23-second video. That's a different moment in time, agreed?
Yes.
And is that happen after the video where you see him in the water or before the video in the water?
Which video?
There was a video of Mr. Miu in the back of the squad car
Okay.
that was 23 seconds long.
Yes.
Do you know, did that take place before he was in the tube that we saw or after
That was
he was?
after.
And then that video, could you see his face?
Yes.
When you saw his face there, did you, having known this man, think that he looked like he was in some sort of distress?
It looked to me, yes.
That's all.
Mr. Anderson?
The reason you waited 20 minutes is because Eric Von Williams was helping with the people who were injured, right?
I didn't know he went down there.
And then when you eventually did leave, it was because Nicolae said, let's go, right?
He did not say, let's go.
He didn't?
I didn't hear it.
Nothing else.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. You may step down.
Thank you.
I think that's the last witness for
Mr.
today,
Nelson, do you have any
guys.
other witnesses?
We do, but not for today. So those are the only witnesses we're able to call on short notice to get prepared for today.
Very good. Anything else that we can do today, Mr. Anderson?
Not in the presence of the jury, no, just some exhibits I think we need to clean up.
All right. So we can do that after we excuse the jury. Members of the jury, the attorneys assure me that we are ahead of days. So that's all good news, despite the fact that we're going to get an early recess today. My reminders are the same as before. No independent research, no investigation. Do not speak to anybody about this case. And do not watch any media reports or social media accounts about this trial. We'll see you back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Please take the jury out.
All right, we're going to listen about some exhibities now. Welcome back, Jams. How did everybody fare through the eclipse? Looks like New York is getting it right now.
Please be seated. All right, we are outside the presence of the jury with the attorneys and Mr. Miu. Mr. Anderson, is it correct that tomorrow we'll hear from Dr. Froloff?
And Lieutenant Hart,
Okay, and that's the end of the state's case?
yes.
All right. And then we'll
State will
pick
rest
up
tomorrow.
where we left off with the defense witnesses. You have some exhibits that you want to address?
86, the Trabian body cam. I don't remember if it was moved or if it was admitted or not. It was played for impeachment.
No objection to, obviously, the portion that was played, but only the portion that was played.
I think it was 235 to 808.
Agreed.
All right, so the exhibit will be received, the portions played only for purposes of impeachment.
And then Exhibit 19 was the lab report. The court reserved on it because we hadn't had testimony on the buccal swabs.
Any objection?
Just 1 second.
Yes.
Why do they have to do this while the jury's out? Why can't we hear?
Judge, I'm not sure they established the foundation. I think there's this testimony from Ms. Standard was she didn't know who brought it, whether that potential problem with chain of custody, we're objecting, but that's the issue.
Mr. Anderson?
The lab analyst testified that based on the receipt,
They love that
it
volume
was
button.
dropped off in person by Sally Standard. There's no other Sally Standard as testified to by Sally Standard. She said she couldn't remember if she brought them, but she has in the past.
I think there is adequate foundation for receipt of Exhibit 19. Any irregularities associated with the investigators' lack of memory of the actual transit, I think are questions for the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. So 19 is admitted. Anything else?
That's it. Someone in this other chat said, "Clear your throat, piggy." We haven't, Evelyn. Hey, Evelyn.
We spoke about this at the bench. Exhibit 40 has some, the current version has some personal information,
Yes.
contact information. This is a redacted version, just taking out that personal information. So I just asked if we can, I understand there's no
Let's do one.
objection, replace the current Exhibit 40 with this one.
Correct. So we have Exhibit 40 in our custody right now, correct?
Exhibit E, EXHIBITY.
Okay. What I'll do then is I'll receive Exhibit 40 that we now have. It'll be received under seal since it contains personal identifying information that could be considered confidential. You'll offer what I'll mark as 40A, which is the redacted version, and you do not have an objection.
Agreed.
All right. So 40A is also received. Exhibit 4T, however, will be received under seal.
And then the other one, I think, the river map, the big one.
It was here this morning.
Yes, I think it's 89. 89.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, 89 is received for illustrative purposes.
That's all I can remember off the top of my head.
That's slide 13, did you say?
Yes. Or no, that was a different slide that I was referring to. Just more zoomed out. Is there, can I ask the clerk if there's any other ones that show discussed and not admitted?
Oh, let's just see here. We're gonna do one more next.
While she's doing that, Mr. Trofficy, Mr. Nelson, do you have any exhibits that need to be addressed?
I don't think so, Judge. Believe so. I think 102 through 112, the only ones offered, and they've all been received.
Okay.
The only thing I have is the 2 rental receipts, which I can return back to the state.
Yeah, we decided not to admit that, so I think we're good.
I do have one thing just to put on the record, Judge. I talked to your clerk earlier. When the sergeant nurse was testifying, somehow she ended up with 2 copies of, I believe, the report. They both had evidence stickers on them. One was a photocopy. The one with the
You guys
yellow
think he'll
sticker was
testify?
missing pages. She testified
Put a
from
1
the
in
one
chat if you
that was
think
the
that Nick will
photocopy.
testify.
That's what
Put
the
a
court
2 if you don't
Okay.
think.
It has all the pages.
Put a 1 if you think he's going to testify. Put a 2 if you
I think
don't
the yellow
think he
sticker
will.
one, I put all the pages there, so they might not be together because they weren't stapled, they were loose. And so my hope is that they're somewhere in that pile of papers that were on there. I'm happy to help look for those.
I didn't find them, so I just gave her she kept the copy with all the pages.
Okay.
It appeared to be together because it was stapled, and the staple was not removed.
So the original wasn't stapled.
The one that had the plain of the sticker on it, that had the information was stapled.
In any event, maybe when we're done with court today, the attorneys can just visit with the clerk to make sure that all of the exhibits are where they're supposed to be and intact. Is there anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Judge is ready to go.
Okay, we'll start again tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Since we're ending early, we're going to recess. I would like to meet with the attorneys so we can at least start talking about jury instructions. Let's use our time wisely. So meet with the clerk afterwards, take a break, and then we'll come back in and just have an informal discussion about the jury instructions.
What time do you want us back in?
2:45? All right, court is recessed for the day, however.
All right, so I guess we are done for the day. They said he was going to...
And good afternoon one last time from your
Streaming
Fox 9
Center.
streaming studios. You've been watching our Gavel to Gavel coverage of
Gavel to Gavel here on J is for Justice. And speaking of Gavel to Gavel, go subscribe to Gen X TV, my second channel. I'll get the link up in the chat because if you're going to watch Chad Daybell, you're going to be watching it over there. So on Gen X TV, we're going to be streaming Daybell for the next month, 2 months, I reckon, 8 to 10 weeks. And here we will be streaming this and anything else that comes up, like Crumbly tomorrow and then Koberger Wednesday. So we got 2 channels going for streaming trials. This shit's getting real, guys. Before we sign off, I want to thank everybody for being here today. Give you a sub count before we sign off for this channel. We are 99,579 subscribers. So we're almost to 99.6. We're just over 400 needed to reach that goal. We will be there soon. Thank you guys so much for being here. Chin Bell. Chin Bell is tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. And we will be here live. Love you guys. Love you guys. Let's see where you're at with this poll. 21% say guilty and 79% not guilty. I heard in the opening statements his attorney say that he would be making, that you would hear from Nick. So I don't know how else we would hear from Nick other than if he testifies. I'll see you guys in Discord. If you're not in Discord, join today. We're going to run our credits. Myron, thanks so much. Have a great day. Happy Eclipse Day to you guys. I'll see you guys in the morning. Bye. Early day. Crazy.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't.
Everyone get treated like scum.
I don't give a damn. There's nothing real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to France, but don't wanna face
There was a lot of leakage.
I ain't got time.
It's in the water.
Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke.
There's not one Jennifer or two Jennifers.
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Hi, Jennifer. Jennifer loves horses. Why were you telling her not to fuck herself?